You're about to witness something that has never been done on YouTube before. In this video, I'm going to show you exactly how you can cure procrastination from its roots to become a disciplined person, even if you think you're lazy. This is the entire process that not just transformed my life, but continues to produce life changing results for my clients. Hi, my name is Fasi and I'm a certified expert coach. And this course is formatted to address the true cause of procrastination rather than giving you some bullshit productivity hacks that don't work in the long run. So take notes, take action, and enjoy. Let me share my story of how I cracked procrastination. So, I used to be someone who used to think that discipline was all a game of willpower. It was all a game of willpower, force, and effort. So, if I want to wake up early, I just need more willpower and I need more force to get myself to wake up. If I needed to stop jacking off, I just again needed more willpower to force myself so that I can stop. And hustle culture feeds into this full on. It feeds into this idea of working harder, doing more, just more strength, more force, more effort. But although I was disciplined for a while, the force and willpower would help me be disciplined for a while. It was draining to keep exerting willpower, and I always fell off the wagon eventually. So if I wanted to eat healthy, I would force myself to eat sprouts, force myself to eat more salad, more protein. But if something were to happen, if there was a party somewhere, and if I were to eat junk food there, I would just be like, fuck it, what the hell, might as well. I blew up the diet, might as well just eat more unhealthy stuff. And that would make it difficult for me to stick to my resolutions and be consistent. But something happened on this journey that just changed my perspective and flipped it. So I was always someone who kept on working on myself, a classic self help junkie. And I wanted to improve my social skills. Julian Blanc, who is the guy I followed for social skills, suggested in his videos that social skills were actually 80% of emotional skills. So he used to say that social skills is 80% of emotional skills and then just 20% of analytical skills. So listening to him, taking his advice, I started working on my emotions. And as I started working on my emotions, I realized that I was so emotionally numb and unaware. It felt like I had a rock instead of a body under my head. I had spent my entire life living up in my head and away from my emotions in the body so much that it was just completely numb from the head down. So I started on my journey by bringing up and getting comfortable with this suppressed trauma, these suppressed emotions. And gradually I started noticing something very interesting. As I did that, my motivation started increasing. I started to enjoy doing the difficult things that were beneficial for me, not just random difficult things. And I even found deeper meaning in my life because of this journey. And I thought to myself, what was that about? How did that happen? Why is this happening? Which brings me to how procrastination is actually a problem of emotions. Recently, as I was searching for one of my videos, I came across some research around procrastination that really validated all of this, that really validated my experience and what I went through. Psychologists and researchers have found that procrastination is not an issue of laziness or time management. Let's look at what it said. A growing body of research suggests that procrastination is a problem of emotional regulation, not time management. Julia Baum, a licensed mental health counselor in Brooklyn, New York, agrees. Poor time management is a symptom of emotional problem. It's not the problem itself, she says. Nathaniel Sille also finds that chronic procrastination is often a sign of underlying unresolved emotional problem. People's emotional triggers influence how they feel, which in turn influences how they behave, he explains. However, clients may incorrectly assume that procrastination is their only problem and not connected to an underlying emotional issue, he says. And I also realized this on my journey that how much of my life I had organized to escape and avoid my emotions. And because of all of this, I eventually concluded that everything emotions do or don't do is for a feeling. So everything, ranging from short-term things like what you ate for breakfast to long-term life pursuits that you've decided to go on. And you can test this for yourself. There's this exercise called, which I like to call Trail of Watts, that you can do right now. If you take any activity that you do or you'd like to do, let's suppose going to gym, and you ask, why do I want to go to gym? And you answer authentically, to look sexy. And you just make it into a trail of questions that you ask yourself. So what's important to me about looking sexy? People will find me attractive. And then you can ask yourself again, what's important to me about people finding me attractive? I I feel attractive. Now we can go a couple of, I think 3 to 4 layers deeper, many like multiple layers deeper from this point, but you'll find you'll always end with a feeling. Like whatever activity it is that you're doing or you're avoiding doing, when you ask yourself a trail of questions, a trail of what's, you'll find that you always end up with a feeling at the end, and which just proves that everything that you do and don't do is for a feeling. And this realization was hit home for me whenever I was faced with a fucking strong, heavy emotion that I brought up, and it became impossible for me to be productive, and my procrastination skyrocketed. So whenever an emotion that was super dense and difficult for me to process came up, and it was just lurking there, my days were super unproductive. It was impossible for me to even sometimes get off my bed and do the things that were important for me to do. So procrastination through the roof. And willpower is overrated. If you think about it, even motivation is a feeling. You say, I feel motivated, or I don't feel motivated. If suppose you feel like scrolling on Instagram, there's only so long you can force yourself using willpower to do deep work until you get drained and give up. And again, if you think about it, what is it exactly that you're forcing yourself against? Is the feeling of wanting to scroll or some other feeling that you're exerting willpower or force against? There's an entire chapter on the limitation of willpower in the book on willpower. There's this book written by a brilliant scientist, Kelly McGonigal, called The Willpower Instinct. Beautiful book, highly recommended, can't recommend it enough. So there's an entire chapter in this book where she talks about how willpower and trying to force yourself to stop unhealthy habits will just be counterproductive and will not help at all. So if the feeling isn't there, willpower will not help you much. And that's why we go at deeper levels and tackle procrastination at these deeper levels of identity and emotions. Belief, identity, and emotions. That's why the course is formatted the way it is. It's going into deeper levels instead of just staying at the surface level and telling, just do it, force yourself, work harder, work more. All of those things don't work in the long run. Now, let me talk about one mindset that's the most conducive of long term progress. To get the most out of this course, I'd like for you to start becoming an imperfectionist. We look about it in more detail in chapter 2, but I wanted to talk about it here because it's so essential for you to get the most out of this course. Imperfectionist mindset is a mindset of valuing progress over perfection. It's valuing one push up over doing a 45-minute workout if you don't feel like doing it. I love this quote, which is, you don't need to feel good to start, but you can start to feel good. And that is what, again, the imperfectionist mindset is all about. Imperfectionist mindset not just makes you more productive, but also happier and healthier, which is what the author claims in his book, How to Be an Imperfectionist, and also what my experience validates. I have gone through the journey of being a perfectionist. I am an ex-perfectionist, and I'm on the journey of becoming more of an imperfectionist every day. And I can validate, I can attest to what the author claims, what Stephen Guise claims. I want you to start looking at the world with imperfectionist eyes. It's not a one and done thing, it's a gradual journey. The roots of perfectionism, I believe, go deep down into our childhoods, into your childhood. But every day you can choose to step into the role of an imperfectionist. I do that every fucking day. Become one. Start valuing action over perfection, no matter how small that action is. Because doing one push up is infinitely better than zero, mathematically and literally. But we don't look at it that way. We just feel like one push up is useless because it won't build me a habit. But that's not how an imperfectionist looks at it. And an imperfectionist is like one push up is action, and action is superior to perfection. But that also helps you get into a virtuous loop. So when you start with insignificant action like one push up, your mind goes like, fucking hell, I'm in a push up position, might as well do more. And as you do more, you feel better, and you most 9 out of 10 times you keep going. Versus if you would have not even started, you would have stayed at zero. Imperfectionism also includes celebrating insignificant actions. So if you do one push up and you're like, okay, I'm done, celebrating even that. Although your mind would be like, it wasn't useful for you, one push up, it won't do shit for your body. But celebrating the fact that you took that action, even though it was imperfect. And all of this I cover in the coming chapters. But if you can just start embodying this one mindset, your life would be transformed. Mine was. It's one of the most powerful mindsets for defeating procrastination, becoming a consistency god, and becoming happy as a clam. Now, let's start with the physical module and see how you can defeat procrastination at the physical level. Welcome to the physical module. This module includes things that will help you tackle procrastination and be disciplined at the level of your body, so your physical level. The steps and tools in this module are the fastest. Even like some are even immediate. So you can learn, you can watch some steps, some tools from this module and implement them instantly to start becoming productive and take charge of your life. There are 4 chapters in this module. The first one is chapter 2, which is Conquer Consistency. In this, we talk about how to become a consistency god, 2-minute rule on steroid. The next is chapter 3, Supercharge Yourself Instantly. In chapter 3, we discuss how to instantly get motivated using your breath and how to take action even when you feel lazy. Chapter 4 is Eat for Productivity. We talk about how to eat for maximum willpower and avoiding cravings and sustained level of self-control. And finally, chapter 5, which is named Find Your Why. That rhymed. In chapter 5, we talk about how to achieve any goal, how to tap into the power of your subconscious mind, and the best goal setting exercise that I've personally come across. In fact, the goal setting exercise makes it almost impossible for you to not achieve your goals. Now, let's start with the easiest way to overcome procrastination. Reading the 2-minute rule in Atomic Habits, I thought I had discovered the best way to beat procrastination. But there's something else that I found out that's just a whole new level. So, in this chapter, we're going to talk about the 2-minute rule on steroids and how to achieve impeccable consistency. Which brings me to Aarti. Aarti was a client of mine, and around a couple of months ago, she came to me and the thing she was struggling was with that she knew what she must do to achieve all of her goals, but she just couldn't get herself to do those things. So she knew XYZ things are important for her. She knew if she could eat healthy, hit the gym, work on her project, everything would work out, but she just couldn't get herself to do it. So classic procrastination. She also had this belief which she kept repeating, that I am lazy. And when you think about that statement, it's an identity statement. So the same way one says, I am a I am, I am a guy, I am a girl, that goes to the very identity of a person. Like, this is who I am. So when she said, I am lazy, that was an identity statement. And that belief was rooted quite deeply in her. So we broke that belief. And other than that, She had this goal of walking 6,000 steps every day, and she had tried multiple times. Uh, yeah, she had tried multiple times, and the maximum streak she reached of 6,000 steps every day was 5 days. So she could not go beyond 5 days. Like something would happen, the streak would break. She would not achieve her goal, and just she would give up. And this cycle kept repeating. So I told her to forget 6,000 steps. And for her, we discussed the tasking that all she has to do is wear her shoes and go downstairs. That's all. And once she got done with that, once she wore her shoes and went downstairs, she is free to come back. She does not have to do anything else. She does not have to walk. She does not have to walk 6,000 steps. She can come back home and just watch Netflix. So I met her 1 week after that. I met her 2 weeks after that, and she didn't. There wasn't one day where she completed her 6,000 steps, despite that not being her tasking. And it's been almost 2 months since I allotted her tasking. Throughout the period of our coaching, she didn't miss any day. There was no days where she didn't hit the 6K steps mark, and I'm pretty sure that if she continued with that tasking, even though a day comes where she does not walk 6,000 steps, she has this unbroken chain of a new habit that she developed, which is wearing shoes and going downstairs. But what was that about? How did that work? It is based upon the principle of the 2-minute rule from the book Atomic Habit. And what that rule basically is if you want to develop a new habit, and if you want to start developing some healthy habits, instead of trying to aim high, what the rule suggests is aim for something that can be completed in just 2 minutes. So walking 6,000 steps was something that would take, I don't know, 20 minutes. But when I asked Aarti to wear shoes and just go downstairs, that is something that could be completed in 2 minutes. And what this does is it tricks your brain into just starting, because the most difficult part is overcoming that initial inertia, that initial momentum of stagnance, and just that very first step. And when you trick your brain into starting, and when you take action, your feelings switch. You start feeling better. So when Aarti wore her shoes and went downstairs, her feelings switch. And what that does is, once she's downstairs and she's feeling better now, even though she might be like, I don't want to walk 6,000 steps, she just tells herself, okay, I don't have to walk 6,000 steps. All I have to do is wear my shoes and go downstairs. And once she does that, she feels better, and she thinks to herself, fuck it, I'm downstairs, might as well walk 1,000 steps. And like, it's a virtuous spiral that keeps moving upwards. And because consistency is essential for habits, so for you to form a habit, for your brain to make those neural connections, you have to repeat an action consistently. And it is so consistency is essential for habits and long-term success. So the 2-minute rule is effective, is super effective in fact, but it does have a drawback. It doesn't address life. Here's what I mean by that. So I always wanted, not always, but I wanted to make this habit of doing breath work, and we'll get to breath in a later chapter. What, chapter 4? 3, chapter 3. We'll get to breath in chapter 3 in more detail, but I wanted to make this habit of doing breath work so that I can optimize my breath. And I had this mental block because I had heard from several sources that you should not do breath work on a full stomach. So at least 2 hours after a meal, at least 2 hours of difference, 2 hours of gap between a meal and breath work. And when I was trying to make it into a habit, I used to often forget. So let's suppose I decided that I'll do breath work before my breakfast. And because I was just because I was just making this into a new habit, I used to forget. And when I used to forget and I ended up having my breakfast, because of this mental block of not doing breathwork post any meal, I would realize, oh fuck, I didn't do my breathwork before my breakfast, and I would just give up. I would not uh, do the breakfast because I had a mental block. And this made it difficult for this new habit to form because, like I said, and like you know, consistency is key for new habits to form. And apart from that, like excluding that, some days I didn't even feel like starting and doing the breath work for 2 minutes. And I'm sure that's relatable for you as well. There are some days you just don't even want to start. So what solution did I find to go around this, to tackle these two obstacles? I want you to imagine for a minute that you're lying down on your bed and you want to study. You would you don't want to study, but you if you were to study, that would be beneficial for you. So you want to work and study for your project, and you know that is good for you, but you don't feel like doing it. You maybe feel like watching some series or just scrolling on TikTok or scrolling on shorts. So which one of these do you think is a better way to get yourself to start studying? The first option is psyching yourself up, talking to yourself, and telling yourself in your mind, just thinking how important, like things like, Fasi, this is important, let's go, you can do this, go get it, you go, girl, all of those things, versus going from the lying down position to a sitting upright, so like sitting position. Which one do you think would be more helpful? Now, a lot of people think that psyching themselves up, like trying to motivate themselves, is the better option. But research has shown that the best way to change your feelings, the best way to get motivated is through action and not thinking. Let me explain. So, we saw in the fundamentals chapter how every action is influenced by a feeling. And if the action of wanting to study is influenced by a feeling, and we want to change that feeling, how do we do that? Do we do that by psyching ourselves up, so thinking it, or by getting into a sitting position, so or by taking action? And the best way to change feelings, according to research, is not through actions, but is not through thoughts, but through actions. You can see in this graph that actions are twice as more effective than thoughts to change your feelings, to change your emotions. And it doesn't matter how small the action is. So there was this research called power poses, and in this research, the participants just assumed a few poses called power poses for 2 minutes, and that led to a 20% increase in testosterone and 25% decrease in cortisol, which is the stress hormone. So essentially, the participants became more dominant, more confident just by assuming these power poses for 2 minutes. Here are the four power poses you can see in the picture. So, chairman of the board, the first one is what I call chairman of the board. The second one is victory pose. The third one is the superwoman pose. And the fourth one is the relaxed pose. As opposed to people who had taken a low power pose, they experienced a 10% decrease in testosterone and a 25% increase in cortisol, which is again the stress hormone. So low power poses are like taking up less space, just climbing up, looking down, slouched over, all of those postures. Now, full disclosure, there were subsequent researches which refuted these findings. So the increase in testosterone and decrease in cortisol was challenged in subsequent researches. But the one thing that was constant across the spectrum was the participants who assumed these power poses did feel more confident. Their feelings did switch in just 2 minutes, irrespective of the change in the hormone levels. And I heard about this. There's this beautiful tech talk from, I think it's named "Your Body Language Can Shape Who You Are." You can go look it up. It's a nice. It went viral. But I was looking at this. I was learning from a guy named David Snyder. He's an NLP instructor, and he says that he suggested this power pose, the victory power pose, to his advocate clients before appearing. in the court before appearing, uh, before going to the court. And what this did for them was just gave them a massive boost of confidence. It transformed their results in the courtroom, and their confidence and their speaking skills, like, it just went through the roof. And in the same research power poses, the participants who assumed the power pose for 2 minutes were reported as, so there were mock interviews in which two groups of participants had to speak and give the interview. And the group of participants who assumed the high power pose were rated as more confident, more charismatic, better speakers, like, every time. And the evaluator was unbiased, so he didn't know which group of people did the power pose versus which group of people assumed the low power pose. But isn't this a conundrum? So you need to feel like taking action, like you need to feel motivated to take action, and then taking action makes you feel better. So which comes first? Isn't this like um, a chicken and an egg problem? This is where willpower comes to rescue. If you have enough willpower to get up from a lying down position to sitting up, you have the willpower. You can change your feelings, you can change your motivation levels at will. And the thing is, you always have enough willpower to, even though it doesn't feel like it, even though you feel like you don't have enough energy to get up from the lying down position to sitting up on some days, you always have enough willpower reserves to move your body from lying down position to sitting up. And instead of trying to use willpower, use energy to think and try to motivate yourself through thought, I suggest to always use willpower to move your body or for movement as opposed to thinking. And what this will do is, it will get you in the same virtuous cycle we talked about. So you take action, you feel better, you take more action, it just keeps getting better. And this is where I'd like to elaborate more on the imperfectionist mindset. We talked about it in the fundamentals. And perfectionism is the mindset of, I'll only take action if it's perfect. So I'll only go work out if I can work out for 45 minutes, strength training and bench press, squats, deadlift, like, just very perfect. I want that workout to be. And perfectionism is an excuse to not take action. It keeps you stuck and miserable. Imperfectionism, instead, is a mindset of valuing progress over perfection. Imperfectionism is about achieving perfect consistency, even it comes at the cost of quality action. So on the days that Aarti didn't walk, or she just went downstairs wearing her shoes and came back, it wasn't a quality action. If you think about it, she didn't get anything out of it, she didn't lose weight because of it, but she did maintain that perfect consistency, and that chain, she didn't let that chain break just because she was ready and willing to take imperfect action. Now here's a concrete practice to become an imperfectionist. If you want to set up a new habit, ask yourself this question: can I do this action? So when you're distilling a habit into 2 minutes or even less into, so let's say it this way. So if you're distilling a habit into some imperfect action, this question is the test. So the question is, can I do this action on the day I am feeling the worst and I'm super busy? So for example, if my goal is to do a 45 minutes workout, if I want to make a habit of doing a workout every day, instead of aiming for doing the 45 minutes workout every day, I make my goal to be similar to Aarti, wear my shoes, go downstairs, or something like do one push up. So again, I'll ask myself, can I wear my shoes and go downstairs when I'm feeling the worst? Yes. Can I wear my shoes and go downstairs when I'm super busy? Yes. I can even make it simpler actually. Wear my slippers, wear my shoes and just go outside the doors. That would take less effort. So just make it Keep making it as simple until it fits this question, until it fits these two criterias of, can I do this on the day I'm feeling the worst? Can I do this when I'm super busy? So can I do one push up when I'm feeling the worst? Yes. Can I do one push up when I'm super busy? Yes. That is how imperfectionist mindset tackles life. Like no matter what life throws your way, because you have this imperfectionist mindset, you can still take action and maintain that chain of consistency. So if you really want to do something and it passes that test, there's no excuse you can come up with for not doing that activity, that imperfect action. If you still struggle with that action, lower the bar even more. If one push-up is difficult for you, make that daily action to be getting into the push-up position. Or yeah, I think so. Everyone can get into that push-up position. So just keep lowering the bar until you answer this question. It's just all come imperfect habits come down to this one statement, this one question. Always use your body. Always use movement in the smallest way, in the smallest direction towards your daily habit. So if you don't even feel like getting into that push-up position, maybe you're lying down on your bed, think imperfectly and think about the smallest movement you can make in that direction. So the smallest movement becomes getting from the lying down position into sitting up straight. And the only question you should worry about is not, will this be beneficial? So like I said, wearing her shoes and going downstairs was maybe not beneficial for Aarti, but the only question that mattered was, is this one step towards my goal? And the answer for her was yes, and she kept doing it again and again and again. And 9 out of 10 days, she ended up completing her tasking. She ended up achieving the goal she had in her mind, which was 6,000 steps. I had another client of mine. His name was Rahul, and he took up this tasking of doing one push-up every day. And one day he ended up injuring his shoulder in the gym. So what he did was, this is the perfect example of an imperfectionist mindset. He substituted that push-up with some cardio. So even because he wanted to maintain that perfect consistency, he replaced that push-up, which he couldn't do because of the injury, with some cardio at home. So that was a brilliant exhibition of the imperfectionist mindset. Celebrate these small imperfect steps, and we talk about this celebration in a later chapter, which is, I don't know the exact number. We talk about it in the winner effect chapter. Now let's look at how you can supercharge your energy instantly and get excited for hard work. There's a yogic saying, master your breath, master your life. And I've realized this applies to procrastination as well. If you can master your breath, you master procrastination to a good extent. So in this chapter, we'll look at how to get yourself charged up at will and how to take action even if you don't feel like taking action. Starting with the power of breath. So, to really elaborate and really explain the power of breath, there's a story of a Russian scientist, of a Russian doctor. His name was Buteyko, and he's known as the godfather of optimizing your breath. I picked the story up from the book uh, named Breath by James Nestor. Beautiful book, highly recommend if you're looking for a book around this topic. So Dr. Buteyko suffered from headache and stomachache and heart pain chronically since years. One night, as he was looking out of the window of his hospital, he noticed his breathing, and he was drawing heavy breaths through an open mouth, like his severely sick patients, almost like he just got done with an intense exercise. So he noticed he was breathing like this, even though he wasn't exercising or exerting his body. He tried an experiment. He started breathing less. He relaxed his chest and stomach and sipped air through his nose. A few minutes later, the throbbing pain in his head, stomach, and heart disappeared. Dr. Buteyko returned to his heavy breathing, the what he's been doing minutes earlier, and within only 5 inhales, the pain returned. What if overbreathing wasn't the result of hypertension and headaches, but the cause of it? Buteyko wondered. Heart disease, ulcer, chronic inflammation were all linked to disturbances in circulation, blood pH, and metabolism. How we breathe affect all of these functions. Breathing just 20 or even 10% more than the body's needs could overwork our systems. Eventually, they'd weaken and falter. Was breathing too much making people sick and keeping them that way? Dr. Buteyko took a walk in the asthma ward. He found a man stooped over, fighting suffocation, gasping for air. Buteyko approached and showed him the technique he'd been using on himself. After a few minutes, the patient calmed down. He inhaled a careful and clear breath through his nose and then calmly exhaled. Suddenly, his face flushed with color. The asthma attack was over just by changing the way he was breathing. During his life, Dr. Buteyko noticed a pattern among thousands of his patients, which was a pattern of breathing. His all of his patients with asthma, hypertension, and other ailments, chronic ailments, consistently breathe the same, which was too much. Whereas his healthiest of patients, the healthiest people he knew, all breathed alike, which was less. And Dr. Buteyko later on in his life developed a breathing protocol and changed the life of thousands of people all over Russia. It went to be named as Buteyko method. I think so after his death. I'm not gonna dive very deep into the Buteyko method, but I first discovered this in the subreddit r/Buteyko, and the people on this subreddit claim superhuman benefits after following the Buteyko protocol. Things like extreme focus, so like laser focus when you're walking, superhuman energy, decreased diet naturally, so decreased urge to eat or eat less sleep naturally. So many people are like, I only I feel rested with only 4 to 5 hours of sleep, and I wake up naturally. No anxiety and many more such benefits. So if you wanna check it out, if you wanna dive deeper into this method, do check the subreddit out. It has some good information there, and you can get started as a beginner as well. But what is that? What does all of this have to do with productivity and procrastination? Research has shown that your brain is especially susceptible to distractions when stressed. What that means is when your stress levels are high, you are more prone to distractions. Have you ever noticed that when you come home tired after a long day's work, you are more likely just to take your phone out and end up scrolling and just check out in that experience? And the more you're stressed out, the more reward seeking behaviors, which means nothing but high dopamine behaviors. We'll look at dopamine in a later chapter. You'll be chasing. And it's not just stress, but also other unpleasant emotions. So if you're anxious, if you're depressed, if you're ashamed, if you're guilty, all of these emotions trigger reward seeking behaviors in your brain. So your brain gets more prone towards high dopamine, pleasurable, escapist behaviors. And this was beautifully illustrated in a study in which the appeal of a chocolate cake was asked to participants before and after they were they were made to feel bad about their lives. The way researchers did this was they asked the participants to think and ponder upon their personal failures, and everyone, so literally each and every participant said the cake was more appealing after they thought about their personal failures. Even the people who said they don't like chocolate cake. So that is how much our brains are wired towards uh, reward seeking behaviors when we are stressed out or we are feeling guilty, shame, unpleasant emotions. My overwhelming experience has been that one of the super ways to get rid of chronic stress is through healthy, slow, and calm default breathing. Emphasis on default, because a couple of minutes of calm breathing won't do you as good as your default state of breathing throughout the day, which in turn leads to less procrastination, less temptations, and more productivity in the long run as a result. And to reset your default breathing takes time, but there's still a faster way. Which brings me to the theory of Surya and Chandra from the Vedic tradition. It has to do with the bifurcation of the sympathetic nervous system, the autonomic nervous system, into sympathetic and parasympathetic, as you can see in this chart. So, Surya, which is the Sanskrit word, I think so, for sun. I don't know which language is it from. Most probably Sanskrit, but Surya stands for sun and Chandra stands for moon. Surya correlates to the sympathetic nervous system. So when the Vedic theory mentions your Surya is activated, it means that your sympathetic nervous system is activated. I'll explain this more in a bit. And when it said that the Chandra is activated when your parasympathetic nervous is active. So yeah, your autonomic nervous system is basically divided into sympathetic nervous system and parasympathetic nervous system. So if you take quick breaths, you can try this with me. So fast and deep breaths. Within only some breaths, you'll start to notice that you start becoming more alert, more active, and more uh, charged up. And this is your Surya getting activated and also your sympathetic nervous system getting activated. So the way you breathe correlates with which nervous system is active. And the Surya or sympathetic nervous system makes you alert, it makes you active. It stands for the fight and flight response in your body for survival. So when you had to fight or when you had to run away from a danger, this is the system that would get activated. And it also helps you hunt because again, hunting is a very high energy and high stimulus activity. What this does is because of your fast breath, you get more oxygen. Because of your deep breaths, you get more oxygen. And because of that, your heart also starts pumping faster, which provides more oxygen and more blood to your muscles so that you can fight and flight. The counterpart of that is taking slow breaths. So again, try this with me and you'll notice the difference in just one breath. Take a deep breath through your nose, down into your belly, and let your exhale be slow, calm, and slightly extended than your usual breath. So just do it again with me. Let your exhale be slow and extended. And within just one breath, you'll notice that your Chandra or parasympathetic nervous system gets activated. What that does for you is it activates the rest and digest system in your body. So it allows you to heal, it allows you to go to sleep, it allows you to relax and chill out. On a side note, this is also what causes the food coma you experience after having a heavy meal. So if you ever had that experience of when you have a heavy meal, you just feel like lying down and just not moving at all. This is the system, this is the nervous system that governs that reaction. When this system is activated, it sends blood to your organs for repair and heal. It also allows for digestion. You can see all the bifurcations in this chart. You can pause the video and just go through it if you wanna explore it more. Now usually there's a good balance between these two systems, but because of n number of reasons, lifestyle, mindsets, emotions, if your Surya is overactivated, you experience anxiety, you have trouble relaxing, you cannot chill out, you're just always on go mode, and you have difficulty sleeping, and other such symptoms. If, on the other hand, your Chandra is overactive, it causes lethargy, it makes you depressed, you feel like you lack energy, and you also procrastinate. By the way, procrastination can also happen because of anxiety, but yeah, because of low energy, it can lead to procrastination. Now, I had a client of mine, her name was Sakshi, and she used to feel very anxious a lot of the times. And because of that, it used to be difficult for her to go to sleep, and that led to the poor sleep quality led to difficulty in being productive in the office, which in turn made her more anxious, and it was just a downward spiral for her. And again, the more anxious she got, the difficult it was for her to sleep, and it's just a downward spiral. So I suggested her coherent breathing. We'll look at coherent breathing in a bit. But what that did for her was it reduced her anxiety levels, baseline anxiety levels. So her anxiety improved the more she started doing this breathing method. Her sleep improved immediately. So from the very first day she started doing this breathing method, her sleep improved. And because of that, her productivity skyrocketed. And from this downward spiral, she started getting into an upward spiral. And it made me very happy later on when she told me that this breathing had become an integral part of her life, because now she just has this tool at her disposal, and whenever she feels like she's overwhelmed or feeling anxious and needs that grounding, she opens up the app and she starts doing coherent breathing. It's just beautiful. So how can you use all of this to become more productive and destroy procrastination? Here are the six pranic breathing exercises that I suggest. Inefficient moods can take away from your productivity, and although that issue needs a deeper introspection, which is what the module 3 is all about, using breath is one of the best ways to reverse anxiety or even depression. And reaching a good baseline calm breathing level throughout the day is a discipline. And people on the subreddit that I just mentioned suggest doing 3 sessions a day for 30 fucking minutes to reset your default breathing. But I believe that's too much for a beginner. I currently do 3 sessions of 5 to 10 minutes, and whenever I realize this throughout my day, I try to slow down my breath ever so slightly without a lot of exertion, without a lot of force. Just letting out one or two extended slow exhales, and that does the trick. My breathing is much better. It's not ideal by any means, but it's much better than what it used to be. There's this beautiful app that I use. It's called Breathe, Relax, and Focus. It's on Play Store and App Store. It's for free. You can go download it. It's beautiful for setting custom breathing exercises, and I use it on a daily basis. This is what Sakshi used as well. So if your Surya is overactive, which means that you experience anxiety, it's difficult for you to calm down. It's difficult for you to take a chill pill, sleep, go to sleep. These breathing exercises are what will help you. So coherent breathing, which is 6 seconds of exhale and 6 seconds of inhale and 6 seconds of exhale. This is the best breathing method discovered by science to improve your heart rate variability, which is a measure of how good your cardiovascular health is. Yeah, so 6 seconds of inhale, 6 seconds of exhale. You can start with as little as 2 minutes. You can do it for 6 minutes, 10 minutes. There's no side effects. It's a very safe form of breathing. So get a feel into it. I won't suggest a specific time. Just get a feel into it. Start with 2 minutes, or maybe 3 minutes, or maybe 6 minutes. Start slow, and then you can extend the time period depending upon how you feel. The second one is Kapal Bhati. I'll just give a quick demonstration of how it is. So Kapal Bhati is forceful exhalations and passive inhalations. So this is how it looks like. You cannot see my belly, but when I'm exhaling, my diaphragm or belly contracts forcefully, and I don't inhale. It's a passive inhalation. Now, if it's difficult for you to understand this here, I highly suggest you look up on YouTube Kapalbhati beginners tutorial, and you'll find some awesome tutorials there. You can do 9 or 18 rounds of Kapalbhati for 3 sets, and in between just chilling out, letting your breathing just be without any interference or without any meddling. So yeah, look it up on YouTube, and this is a good way. This is a Kapalbhati is a beautiful way to, after you're done with the excess Kapalbhati breath work, you'll notice that your breath is super slow, calm, relaxed, and you just feel very light-headed, and it's nice. It's nice. It's good to relax. And the final one, which I do daily, twice a day, is slow exhale. Is what I call slow exhale breathing, which is 3 seconds of inhale and 6 seconds of exhale. Again, you can use the app Breathe, Relax, and Focus to set this breath work. And the reason I like this is it allows me to have that really slow and calm extended exhale, which gives me that nice feeling of relaxation. I do this twice every day. I used to do coherent, but I switched to slow exhale because I realized that it feels better for me to have that extended period of time to have the slow, relaxed, calm exhale, and that really gives me a good, calm feeling. So that's why I shifted from coherent to slow exhale. You can start with 3 seconds of inhale and 6 seconds of exhale for 2 minutes, 4 minutes, 6 minutes, whatever feels right as a beginner, and then gradually increase the exhale seconds. Currently, I'm at 8 seconds, 8 or 10 seconds. I'm not really sure. I'll have to check. But yeah, it's nice. Slow exhale breathing is beautiful. I love it. Now, if your Chandra is overactive, so if you feel depressed, if you feel lethargic, tired all the time, then these breathing exercises will help you charge up, really become active, activate your Surya, and get going. The first one is Bhastrika. So, if Kapalbhati was forceful exhalation, Bhastrika is forceful exhalation followed by a forceful inhalation. This is what it looks like. Again, if it's difficult for you to understand it here, go check it out. Bhastrika for beginners tutorial, Bhastrika breathing beginners tutorial. You can start with 9 to 10 rounds of this. So this is one round. This is one round. So 9 to 10 rounds for 3 sets with 10 to 20 seconds of rest in between. It's amazing to, again, it charges you up, makes you active. I use it every morning to become like, if I wake up groggy and I do Bhastrika, it makes me wake up, be alert, and just charge the day. It's a part of my morning routine. And the other one is Wim Hof. The best way to learn this would be go check this tutorial out by Wim Hof himself. Wim Hof is again deep breathing and calm exhales. So this is what Wim Hof looks like. So 30 rounds of this for 3 sets. Go check this tutorial out. It's a beautiful beginner friendly tutorial. It is good for to get you started. It is super effective. There are dozens of researches done on this method. It is superb to beat depression, anxiety, chronic inflammation, all of those good things. So check it out. And then some neutral breath work or pranic exercises which I like to suggest are breath holds. So holding your breath after an exhale. This involves 3 seconds of inhale, 3 seconds of exhale, followed by a 6 seconds of hold. And if 6 seconds feels too much, you can start with 3 seconds of hold as a beginner. But you hold after the exhale. That's the key. And there are multiple reasons for it. I'll not get into it, but breath holds are amazing as well. It helps you. Breath holds are one of the key things that Buteyko focused on to reset your default breathing. So I do breath work once a day, and my hold is for 10 seconds, but I've gradually increased it. Don't start with 10 seconds, or your lungs will start to hurt. You can set all of these breathing exercises in the app Breathe, Relax, and Focus. So you can do that. And this final one is Anulom Vilom, which is called alternate nostril breathing. and it looks like this. So you take your ring finger, you close your left nostril, you take an inhale from your right nostril, close it, exhale from the left nostril, again inhale from the left nostril, exhale from the right nostril. That's one round. Repeating myself again, if you feel it's too difficult for you to understand it here, check out Anulom Vilom beginner friendly tutorial on YouTube and you'll find some good ones there. You can do this. So this was one round, what I just demonstrated. You can do this for 19 to 18 rounds, 3 sets. What's amazing about Anulom Vilom is there's some connection with the right and left nostrils that the yogis figure out, which allows you to balance your Chandra and Surya both. So Anulom Vilom makes you calm, relaxed, while also being alert at the same time. So that's the good thing about Anulom Vilom. Now you can use these exercises as and when required, or make this into a regular habit for the systems to balance out in the long run. This will allow you to balance out your systems in the long run, reduce your stress levels, and you'll just watch your productivity skyrocket. The way I use these breathing exercises is I do Bhastrika every morning without fail, so that I don't need coffee. I wake up, do Bhastrika, and I'm alert and ready to go. I do slow exhales before sleeping and in the afternoon to keep my default breathing slow and relaxed. And then I do breath holds in the morning before having breakfast again to reset my default breathing. And ever so often use Bhastrika when I need to charge up, when I feel sluggish. So that is how I use these three exercises. I don't use all of the ones I mentioned, but you can get a feel of what feels right for you and then accordingly use them. Now, before we look at how to eat to overcome procrastination and boost your self control, if you want to apply all of this in your life specifically and you're serious about overcoming procrastination in the next 2 months, click the link in the description and schedule a free consultation call with me, and I'll see you there. Have you ever had a heavy meal and felt like just lying down somewhere and not moving a muscle? If I were to come to you in that state and ask you to go run a marathon, what would happen? That's the effect of food on your productivity and even procrastination. So, in this chapter, we'll look at how to eat to beat procrastination and not what. I'm not going to tell you to eat this and don't eat that, but rather, how can you eat exactly what you're eating? You can continue eating that and still be healthier, fitter, and beat procrastination. The 3 hacks to eat delicious food while being healthy and staying productive. Let me draw this for you. So, when you eat a meal, let's suppose this is time and this is glucose or sugar. It's the same thing. Glucose and sugar are the same thing. So, when you eat a meal, your glucose levels rise. And after a while, your glucose levels rise and uh, yeah, the food is broken down in your stomach and glucose is released from your food and released into the bloodstream. When this glucose is released, what happens is your body releases insulin, and this insulin causes all of this glucose to go down, and it's stored in the form of glycogen and fat reserves. So glycogen in your liver, and yeah, and when the drop happens, the glucose is stored as glycogen in your liver and muscles, and the rest of the glucose, which couldn't be filled in your liver and muscles, is stored as fat in your body. When you eat, it causes a spike, and after a while, because when insulin is released, it causes a crash. So this is a crash, and this is a spike. And different macronutrients release glucose differently. So if you look at this graph, it's the same graph. It's similar to what I just drew. But the red one is carbs. When you eat carbs, you get an instant glucose spike from it, followed by a massive crash. When you eat proteins, which is the second, the yellow graph, you get a little bit of a glucose rise, and then followed by a drop in glucose levels, which takes around 4 to 5 hours. And for carbs, it takes 1 to 2 hours. Whereas if you eat fats, you get no spike and no crash, and it takes 8 to 9 hours for this glucose to be released. And just fats are just beautiful. I don't understand why they are demonized so much. So what happens is when you eat carbs and sweets, you feel good. It feels nice because you get that instant rush of sugar in your body, which also makes you feel high energy to take action. But it's the crash where shit hits the ceiling. Let's take a look at the effect of these glucose crash. So the moment you are born, you are literally cooking. You cook like a toast. And if you were to open up a rib cartilage of a newborn baby, it would look like this bread, the number one bread. Versus if you look at the rib cartilage of a 90-year-old man, it would most probably look like this bread at number 10. So what that means is, since you are born until the day you die, you're literally cooking. Every part of you is cooking. And that process is inevitable unless you're Brian Johnson. But what happens is these glucose spikes and crashes accelerates it. And that is because of of a process called glycation. And in all frankness, I don't exactly understand what glycation is. So glycation releases free radicals that damages your cell even further. And this damage in turn accelerates the cooking process that I just mentioned. Some of the effects of frequent spikes and crashes are constant hunger and cravings, chronic fatigue, poor sleep, migraine, brain fog, acne and skin conditions, faster aging and arthritis. We just looked at faster aging, Alzheimer's and dementia, gut issues, mood disturbances, heart diseases, type 2 diabetes, and insulin resistance. You don't have to take my word for it, you can test it for yourself. The next time you eat a heavy meal, a meal that involved a lot of carbs and sugar, or even not, even just a regular good heavy meal, set off a stopwatch and just check in with yourself. Like, when do you feel hungry and lethargic after that meal? And when you check your stopwatch, you'll notice that it's around the 2 hour mark, because that is when you experience that crash. So it takes an hour for that glucose to spike, some 70 odd minutes. And around the 2 hour mark, the glucose level start to drop, which is what causes that feeling of hunger and lethargy, which you can feel for yourself. But all of these other effects that affect you, that happen in the long run, that you can't feel immediately. But why is this glucose important for procrastination and productivity? How is it even related? There's this research done in which participants were given a choice between two amounts of cash. So they were offered $120 immediately, so tomorrow, versus an option of $450 but after a month. So classic willpower challenge, in which it was tested how much can a person delay gratification. So it's a if you think about it, it's a choice. You should go for the $450 after a month. It's just you'll have to wait for it. But what these researchers did was they divided the groups into two, the participants into two groups. The group number one were given a regular soda before making this choice, and the group number two were given a diet soda. And what this did to them was, the regular soda had sugar in it, which gave them a glucose spike, and diet soda had no sugar in it, but rather had artificial sweeteners in it, which, for reasons I'll not go into, causes a glucose crash without the spike. It was found that the people in the soda group delayed gratification. So when their glucose levels were rising, they were able to delay gratification. versus the people who took diet soda went for the immediate gratification, which was the 120 bucks immediately tomorrow. It was concluded this that spikes in glucose leads to more willpower and energy levels, whereas drops in glucose levels cause you to have less energy and less willpower, which in turns causes you to procrastinate, make poor choices, and be less productive. And people here in India have a habit of sipping tea every few hours, including my father. And what that does for them is whenever, let me draw this. Let's suppose this is glucose again, and this is time again. If you have a meal and it causes a spike and it starts to crash, you consume tea with caffeine and sugar in it, which causes another crash and another spike and delays this crash. And then again, 2 hours down the line, you start experiencing a crash, but then you again delay it with another cup of tea, and this just keeps repeating. And it avoids, um, it allows you to avoid this extreme crash that would then cause you to feel more lethargic. So the caffeine keeps you going on, and the sugar in the tea allows you to delay the crash. So that is why people are so habitual of consuming tea every so often here in India. But why is that? What's the deeper cause for this desire for spikes? It brings me to one of my favorite words, trauma. The spikes feel good in your body. It also causes a dopamine. It also gives you a dopamine hit because sugar. We'll get into dopamine in chapter 6. But yeah, it allows this feeling good allows you to escape discomfort. So let me share what I mean by that. um, I have this underlying journey which I continue of processing my emotions, so bringing up suppressed emotions, bringing up childhood trauma up to surface, feeling it, getting comfortable with it. And what I've noticed is whenever a strong emotion comes up which causes me to be in a low mood, I feel like eating super sugary shit. So I even make this joke with one of my friends that my mood can be gauged by how much chocolate I eat post my meals, which is actually true. So I also noticed that the stronger the emotion was, the stronger my craving for sweet was. So basically, it just validated the research I mentioned a few minutes ago, in which when the participants felt bad, they liked the chocolate cake more. And similarly, the stronger my emotion was, the stronger craving I felt towards sweet food. And I also noticed this, the effect of crash when I used to consume protein shake before my coaching sessions. Matter of fact, I even consume protein shake before recording this. But what I put 3 bananas in my protein shake, which gives me a huge spike, but then also causes a massive crash. But to avoid that, I can use the hacks that I'll be getting to in a bit. So if I use these hacks, I avoid the crash and I don't feel lethargic. But earlier, when I didn't used to apply the hacks, I used to feel extremely lethargic. I used to keep yawning throughout my sessions, and it was just embarrassing. So the solution I found out to this was your to dent your spikes, and in turn that will dent your crashes. And you can do that using these 3 hacks. The first one is eating food in the right order. If you change nothing in your meals and just change the order in which you eat your meals, you can dent this glucose spike by 72%. Think about it. You don't have to change anything in your meal, you just change the order in which you eat it. So you just change the how and you dent the spike by 72%. And you can see it in this example. Let me share the right order before we see this example. So the right order of eating food is fiber first, proteins and fats second, and carbs and sweets last. So this is first, proteins and fats second, and then sweet and carbs in the end. This is the correct order. So if you see, this is from the book The Glucose Revolution. More on that in a bit. But what the author did was the author ate rice and salmon mixed. So rice and fish, carbs and protein. She had it together. She got a good spike from it. You can see it in this graph. But later, she just ate she ate salmon first and rice second, the same amount, the same quantity, and you can see the difference. She barely got a spike and she didn't get any crash. So, like, she completely avoided the spike and the crash. Now, it is sometimes inconvenient to follow this order. I'm going to be honest, I've tried it. So, the way I like to do it is I like to eat a salad first before my meals. Then I'll mix whatever it is. So, if I'm having um, carbs and proteins and fats, I'll mix them together, whatever is convenient, and then I finish it with a dessert. So salad first, everything in between with a good amount of protein in my meals, and then I finish it sweet if I feel like it. And that is also why eating sweet as a dessert is a thing. You always, in several traditions, you eat sweet as a dessert, but not the first thing in your meal. The second The second hack is the easiest that you can incorporate. You don't have to do anything. You just have to drink a tablespoon of apple cider vinegar or any vinegar in a glass full of water. It's super effective, least effort. You don't have to put in much effort. If you're gonna have a heavy meal full of glucose, that would give you a huge glucose spike. Consume some vinegar and it will dent the glucose spike by a good amount. You can see here the author ate coffee ice cream. She got a good spike, but then she drank a tablespoon of apple cider vinegar and she avoided the spike altogether. Just drinking a tablespoon of apple cider vinegar in a glass full of water. What this does is it triggers your muscles to suck the glucose out of your blood. And when the muscles suck the glucose out of your blood, you don't get that spike. You avoid the spike, and in turn, you avoid the crash. This is also why I believe there's a middle in the Middle East. There's a tradition of consuming a lot of vinegar and pickled vegetables, which are pickled in um, vinegar. Now, science is discovering these hacks, this information very recently, but a lot of our traditions were wise enough to have all of these hacks, if you will, incorporated and a part of their traditions, a part of our way of being. The third hack is move after you eat. Um, you can see it here. The author ate a cake and she got this massive fucking spike, the biggest one yet. But then she ate a cake and she went on a hike for 20 minutes, I think so. Yeah. She went on a 20-minute hike and you can see the difference. It just blows my mind. And again, this also triggers your muscles to suck the glucose out of your bloodstream for energy. When you move your muscles, they need energy and they take the readily available energy, which is glucose in the bloodstream. Now, any movement works. If you're thinking about what type of movement works, any movement works within 70 minutes of eating. So you can do things like walking, if push-ups, pull-ups, squats, really anything. Weight training, if you think you can do weight training after having meals, that's fine as well. If you have to sit for a meeting and if you want to watch something on the TV after having your meal, you can even do calf raises while just sitting, and that will work too. And yeah, that's what I said. Like, if I consume my protein shake and just sit for a meeting and just sit my ass down and don't move at all, I get this crash which just makes me feel lethargic. But instead, when I consume my protein shake, do some push ups, move around, do some work, like exert my muscles, I avoid that crash and I don't feel that lethargy 2 hours after it. And this is also what I believe the logic of 100 steps after your meals in Ayurveda is. It is for digestion, yes, but it also allows you to avoid these glucose. But I believe, yeah, the yogis figured this out, and they realize that movement helps you avoid that lethargy after meals. Now, working anytime throughout the day is good. Even if you work out before your meals, it will dent your sugar spike by 18% and insulin spike by 35%. So it's like workout is good for you anyhow. But if you can move after your meals, that's the best in terms of denting the glucose spikes. I picked this up from Glucose Revolution. Beautiful books. There are seven more hacks in there. These were my top three. These are my favorite three. These are the easiest to incorporate and the ones I actually implement. That is why I am sharing them. So check this book out if you think that would be useful for you. Now, let's look at how you can achieve any goal that you can put your mind to. Friedrich Nietzsche said, "He who has a why can bear almost any how." What he meant by that was having a strong purpose or reason for living allows you to overcome any hardship and challenges. Yes, even procrastination. So in this chapter, we'll look at how you can achieve any goal by finding your why and the best goal setting exercise that I've come across. There's a fascinating research done by Dr. Gail Matthews on the achievement of goals. He took a bunch of participants. He divided them into five groups. The first group was told to just think of their goals and rate them. So things like how difficult that goal is, how important it is to you, and some other criterias. The second group was asked to write and rate their goals. The third group was asked to write, rate, and make an action commitment. So if suppose their goal was to lose 10 kgs, they would write that goal with a pen and paper, rate it. So how difficult 9, how important 10, and then action commitment would be I would go for a 30-minute jog every day. The fourth group was asked to write their goals, rate it, give an action commitment, and send this to a supportive friend. So send all of this to a supportive friend for the purpose of accountability. And then finally, the fifth group were asked to write, rate, commit an action, send to a supportive friend, while also keep weekly progress to friends. So also give weekly progress to that friend. So at the end of every week, they have to discuss whether they ran for the 30 minutes or not, and just keep in touch, like measure, discuss the progress with their friends. And after 4 weeks, they asked to rate how much progress they experienced towards that goal. And what is the result? You can see it in this graph. Group number one, who had unwritten goals, had a mean goal achievement of 4.28. Group 2, 6.08. Group 3, 5.08. I don't know why group 3 dropped. Group 4 was 6.41, and then the most effective was writing goals, action commitment, rating them, sending it to a friend, plus progress reports. So if you calculate this, if you do nothing, so people who just wrote goals on a piece of paper using their pen were on an average 42% more likely to achieve them. So just let this land and think about it for a second. If you do nothing else, go right now, find a piece of pen and paper and write a goal that you have. You are 42% more likely to achieve it. That is how powerful writing your goals is. Just writing, nothing else. The most effective was group number 5, which we saw above, and that is also why coaching is so effective, because as a part in the part of the coaching process, we make clients write their goals and we hold them accountable, and we take progress reports. That's the intrinsic part of coaching. But you might be wondering, what about just writing your goals? It's so powerful. There are mainly four reasons that I could find and I could think of. The first one is it gives you a sense of clarity. Writing makes you think. So before writing, you think what goal you want to commit to, what goal you want to write, and this makes the goal clear and concrete. It gives a sense of clarity and concreteness. They say vagueness is the enemy of change. And this writing the goals down, writing your goal down, helps you avoid the vagueness and move towards clarity and concreteness. The second one is accountability. Writing is a way to hold yourself accountable, especially if you can see your goal daily. So if you write a goal and stick it somewhere where you can see it daily, um, it's a way to keep yourself accountable. The third one is memory. We all know that writing a piece of information helps you retain it more as opposed to when you don't write it. And the final is commitment. When you write your goal, you are committing to something. You are making an abstract thought into something tangible, into something real. So it went from something that was just very abstract and in your thoughts into something that is on a piece of paper and is concrete. And this accesses the parts of your brain that just thinking doesn't access, or even for that matter typing on your keyboard doesn't. There's something about using your pen and paper that accesses some part of your brain, which allows you all of these benefits that we just looked at. So is there a way you can take this writing to a whole new level? Which brings me to goal setting on steroids. This is the best goal exercise that I have ever come across, and this is inspired heavily by Tony Robbins. I've made my own changes to it. I've made my own modifications to it, but it is from the book Awaken the Giant Within by Tony Robbins. I would highly encourage you to do this with me as I guide you through this exercise. If you want to witness the extent and the power of this exercise, highly suggest you grab a pen and paper and do it with me. There are four key areas in your life. The first one is being account, which is how you feel on an average. So basically, it's nothing but your emotions. So your ability to feel present to the moment, present with your emotions, manage your emotions, be grateful, all of those good things. The second is your physical account, which includes your physical body, your energy levels, but not just that, but also the assets in your life. So everything around you, so everything tangible. The third one is impact account, which is your ability to add value to other people's life and generate income out of it. So two aspects to it: adding value and generating income. And finally is your love account, which is self love, the love that you have for yourself in your relationships and with God, universe, spirit, whatever you want to call it. So I would like you to pick one account among all of these four accounts in your life that you want to work on right now. Take a few moments. If you feel like it, pause this video and really think about which is the one account that you want to work on right now in your life. Now, this is where it becomes fun. For the next 5 minutes, I want you to take your pen and paper and I want you to start writing. I want you to start writing all the goals that you have in the specific area that you chose. And I want you to become a kid. I want you to become a kid on Santa's lap on the day of Christmas. Just be completely unreasonable. Anything and everything that comes to your mind in that very specific area. So, if suppose impact account is something that you picked, you can include goals like earning $100,000 a month and building a foundation, healthcare foundation, anything, building a meditation center, free meditation center. Like it can be anything. Starting a startup. Like Write down your wildest dreams that you could ever have in that very specific account without any filter. Don't give a shit about whether I can achieve this or not. Just become a kid, keep writing for the next 5 minutes. I don't want your pen to stop. You can write for longer than 5 minutes, but you are absolutely not allowed to stop before the 5 minute mark. So just grab your pen and paper, be completely unreasonable, become a kid again, and start. Now this is where your 5 minutes ended. You are free to write more, so feel free to write more. If you feel like there are more goals you want to add in that very specific area of your life, just pause this video and continue once you're done writing. Now take a couple of minutes to give a deadline to all of these goals. It said that goals are just dreams but with a timeline. So still you don't have to be reasonable at this step either. Just ask yourself, by when would you like to achieve this goal in your life, and just put a number beside it. So if you would like to start earning 100K a month in 2 years, just write the number 2 beside it. If you want to start, if you want to achieve the goal of building a free meditation center in 5 years, write the number 5 beside it. If you want to starting a startup, if you want to achieve it in 1 year, write the number 1 beside it. Anything less than 1 year, just write 1 next to it. Take a couple of minutes to do that, and then we'll move ahead. Okay, superb. Now, once you're done giving a timeline to your goals, I want you to go through all of your goals and pick the single most important goal for this year. So, every goal that had the number 1 in it, I want you to go ahead and pick the single most important goal. What we are really doing is, if you noticed it, we are narrowing down on one single goal. Take your single most important goal from this year, and I want you to turn it into a SMART goal format. This is what I mean by that. SMART goal is an acronym for specific, measurable, and moving towards, achievable, relevant, and timed. We did the time. Let's make the goal specific. So if your goal was, let's take an example of, let's say you said losing weight. The more specific way of that would be how much exactly do you want to lose. So losing, and let's say your timeline was 6 months. So a more specific goal would be losing 10 kg in 6 months. Yeah, so that was S. M starts for measurable. So how will you measure your progress? So M is moving towards and measurable. Moving towards is, a lot of people write goals in the form of not being fat in 6 months, but moving towards will be being, moving towards and specific would be being 10 kg lighter in 6 months. So that is moving towards. And measurable is how can you measure the progress. So what do you need to do to be 10 kg lighter in 6 months? So an example could be being losing 10 kg in 6 months by jogging 30 minutes every day. Yeah, that's measurable, because now you can measure this progress. Like if you are jogging every day for 30 minutes, you lose 10 kg. And let's say you include dieting as well and eating one salad a day. Yeah. A is achievable. So we were completely unreasonable and unrealistic until this point. So give a moment to yourself to think about whether that would, like, whether the goal that you're setting is achievable by you or not. So if you're 100 kgs and you think of going to 50 kgs in 2 months, in 1 month, that's not reasonable. So think about what would be reasonable and make it, like, without being pessimistic, try to think of what goal would be achievable for you in the time frame that you select. And then relevant, and like really think about, is this something that is relevant and true to your heart, or is this something that you're doing superficially? And then time we took care of in the last step. So that was smart goals format. And really just taking a goal and writing into the smart goal format makes it more likely that you achieve it. I don't have the exact statistics. You can feel the difference between my goal is to not be fat versus My goal is to lose 10 kg in 6 months by jogging 30 minutes every day and eating one bowl of salad every day. It's just super concrete. So, moving on, now let's tap into your why. So, take the next couple of minutes and write down the why underneath this goal. So, what makes this goal compelling? Why do you want to achieve this goal? What will you gain out of it? What will you miss out if you don't achieve this goal? What will this do for the people around you and your mission? So just take the next 2 minutes, more if you like, to really tap into that deeper reason of why you want to achieve this goal. So let me ask you this. Now that you're done writing your why and all the reasons you want to achieve this goal, are these reasons strong enough for you to really follow through and actually do the things that you need to do to achieve this goal? If your answer to that is no, do this exercise again, pick a different goal, maybe even a different area of your life, and write down stronger reasons, because it's really important for you to have strong enough reasons to follow through. Now let's make it impossible for you to not achieve this goal. Take a moment, if you feel like it, just close your eyes and let's do a mini visualization. I want you to imagine the moment that you would achieve this goal. Like imagine the moment, like how would that moment be when you've achieved this goal? And really step into your body as if that moment is happening right now. See what you would see when you achieve this goal. Do you look at yourself in the mirror, feeling proud, feeling happy? Are there people around you, family members, loved ones, celebrating this achievement with you? Hear what you would hear. Are you listening to claps? Are you listening to laughter? Maybe even party poppers? How are you feeling? Are you proud of yourself? Are you excited? Are you grateful? Really tap into that feeling. This is the most important one. Feel how you would feel once you've achieved that goal. Let that excitement be expressed in your expressions. Let that excitement come into your body language, in your breathing. What would you smell? Is there anything you would smell? Maybe a cake? What would you taste when you've achieved this goal? Really try to include as many senses as possible in this visualization. Because the more senses you include, the more real it becomes to your neurology. And one final time again, tap into that feeling of how would you feel when you've achieved this goal, and let those feelings be expressed in your expressions, in your body language, in your breathing. Now feel free to open your eyes when you're done enjoying that visual. Take a minute to make bullet points for what this visualization was like. So 2 to 3 bullet points, and I'll tell you why in a bit. Take a couple of minutes to make 2 to 3 bullet points of this visualization that we just experienced together. Now think about what daily actions would you need to reach this goal. This is the measurable part of the SMART goals. Let's suppose your goal was to do 30 minutes of jogging. I want you to take that daily action and turn it into a something imperfect, what we looked at in chapter 2. So 30 minutes of jogging would become wearing shoes and stepping out the door. That's it. That's all an imperfect action could would be. And the goal, let me repeat it, we looked at it in chapter 2, but the only question that you need to ask is this something I can do on the day I'm feeling the worst? I really try to think, what was the last day you felt the worst and have no time? If your answer to that is yes, and if you've completed the rest of this exercise, there's really nothing that would stop you from doing this imperfect action every day consistently without fail, and like have perfect consistency chain. And also pick a trigger. So when you pick a trigger could be anything. It could be a time, it could be an event, so it could be another habit. So this is what I mean by that. So after brushing, so brushing becomes the trigger, wear my shoes and step out of the door. Yeah, having a trigger helps you make a habit faster. It's one of the key elements of a habit loop, the habit loop. So once you're done with this step, feel free to pause if you're not yet done with this step. I want you to write this goal, the goal being the SMART goal format. So this would be your goal, and write it on a sticky note somewhere where you can look at it at least twice a day. So maybe your work desk. So I've stuck it beside my light switch, and whenever I go to sleep, before turning off my light switch, I get a quick glance at my list of goals and try looking at it at least twice, and just that will help a lot. But the way you make it impossible for you to not achieve this goal is this visualization we did, and for which you wrote 2 to 3 bullet points. Every day you wake up, try to bring back that visualization to yourself. Try stepping into that moment and really living the moment where you achieve this goal daily. And what this does is it gives you the taste of the reward which you would achieve every single day, and it primes your neurology. Like if you do it repeatedly and deeply enough, it will prime your neurology to do anything and everything to get a actualize that reward that you're tasting daily, because you felt how beautiful it is, a glimpse of how beautiful it is every morning. So now the rest of the day becomes a way, opens up the way for you to take action for in the rest of your day to make it happen or actualize it. The way I do it is I wake up every morning, I get into that moment where I would achieve my goal, and I tap into as many senses as possible. You don't have to do all 5 senses, but the feeling is the most important. I try to include seeing, hearing, and feeling, these three. And then I feel the sense of excitement of achieving the goal with the gratitude of having achieved the goal. So I give gratitude for having achieved this goal. And that is basically what it is. It doesn't have to be a long visualization. It could take less than a minute, and it's really effective. If you can do it daily and get that feeling strongly enough, it'll make you unstoppable. Now let's summarize what we learned in the physical module. Congratulations on completing the physical module. In the chapter Progress Over Perfection, we looked at how action is twice as effective as thinking to change your feelings and bring motivation. Imperfectionist mindset causes you to have impeccable consistency. In the chapter Supercharge Yourself Instantly, we looked at how breath can immediately make you calmer and energize you, how faster breaths make you alert and slower breaths calm you down. In the chapter Eat for Productivity, we looked at how glucose in the bloodstream causes you to have more willpower. Eating in the right order, vinegar, and movement causes constant blood glucose levels in your stream and helps you have that willpower and avoid those crashes, which have all the dozens of harmful effects we looked at in that chapter. And then finally, find your why. We looked at how just plainly writing your goals causes you to increases your likelihood of achieving them by 42%. We looked at the best goal setting exercise. And some honorable mentions for the physical module is, actually there's only one here. Good sleep. It's the most powerful. It's super powerful. It's highly underrated. There's this tweet by Dr. Andy Huberman in which he said, sleep is the best nootropic, the best stress reliever, best trauma release, best immune booster, best hormone augmentation, best emotion stabilizer. All of these things sleep do for you. And now I don't really agree with all of these things, but that's fine. It's still super effective. And one of the ways, so here are some steps that you can start implementing to have killer sleep, so like awesome sleep. The first one is constant sleep time every day. So the more variable your sleep time is, the more your sleep quality suffers. Sleeping on an empty stomach, so at least 2 to 3, I've written here, but 3 to 4 hours ideally before your last meal, after your last meal. So there should be at least 2 to 3 hours of gap between your last meal and sleep. And then limiting light exposure after 10 p.m. So being in dimmer lights, warm shaded lights before going to bed, ideally after 10 p.m. And no screen before uh, 1 hour before sleeping. That helps as well because the light from the screens fucks up your circadian rhythm. And then finally, avoiding coffee or caffeine post 2 p.m. So if the way caffeine works is if you ingest caffeine after 12 hours of ingesting it, half of the caffeine still stays in your system. So if you consume coffee at 12 p.m. in the morning, half of that caffeine will be in your system at around 12 a.m. at night. So limiting your coffee intake and constricting it to be before 2 p.m. helps you improve your sleep quality as well. Now, before we start with the mental module, if you feel like you need help to apply all of this in your life specifically, and you're serious about overcoming procrastination in the next 2 months, click the link in the description and schedule a free consultation call with me, and I'll see you there. Welcome to the mental module. Even though the physical, mental, and emotional are all interconnected, this module contains the stuff you can utilize at the level of your mind to end procrastination and become disciplined. The steps and tools in this module will allow you to do more with less effort in the long run. They are not immediate, but you'll be rewiring the way you think, the way you are, to be more conducive of productivity naturally without much effort. There are again 4 chapters in this module. The first one is Unfuck Your Brain in 28 Days. We talk about how to make hard work feel good and how to be motivated 24/7, naturally again, without effort. The second chapter is Superior Motivation, in which we talk about how to tap into an infinite source of motivation, the 6 unstoppable motivators, and how to get motivated at will. The third chapter is Trick Your Brain for Action. We talk about how to trick your brain to choose hard work over scrolling or dopaminergic activities, and we look at the unbeatable method to overcome procrastination every single time. The final chapter is the winner effect. We talk about how to just keep winning in your life and how to become unstoppable, riding those waves of winning. Now, let's look at how to enjoy hard work and feel amazing 24/7. If brain rot has fucked your brain and you can't read a simple book, this chapter is for you. In this chapter, we're going to look at how to make difficult things pleasurable again, how to increase your baseline levels of motivation so your average levels of motivation will increase, and the only effective way to set your timetable. Let's start with the functioning of a neurochemical in your brain called dopamine. I'm pretty sure you've heard of it. So James Old and Peter Milner, two scientists back in 1953, were trying to make sense of a very puzzling rat. They had planted an electrode in the fear area of the rat's brain. It was reported that the rats usually hated the stimulation in that area so much that they would avoid anything associated with it. But this rat, on the other hand, kept returning on to the part of the cage where it was shocked, as if it was hoping for another shock. James and Peter stimulated the electrode every time it moved right, and soon they could operate the rat almost like a joystick. So what was up? Was this rat like masochistic? The thing what happened actually was, because James's clumsiness, he was a beginner, a novice in neuroscience, he planted the electrode in the wrong area of brain, which seemed to generate incredible pleasure when stimulated. In fact, that is what they concluded. So James and Peter concluded that this area is generating pleasure for rat. But in fact, even they didn't understand completely what was happening. They confused desire or dopamine for pleasure or reward. So dopamine is more involved in anticipation of reward or expectation of reward as opposed to rewards itself. So let me draw this for you. Let's suppose you're walking down a street and you pass a bakery and you get the smell of freshly baked brownies. And what that smell does is, once you get that smell of beautiful, delicious brownies being baked, that acts as a promise of reward for you. So your body starts to expect a reward, the reward being brownies in this case. So when you get that smell of brownies, your brain releases dopamine. So this is a spike of dopamine at smell. So when you get that smell, you get that hit of dopamine. And what this hit of dopamine does for you is it makes you feel good. To just simplify things, it makes you feel good. And when you feel good, you are more energized to approach that bakery and buy those brownies, and in the end receive the reward. So when you get the smell, you get a hit of dopamine. Your dopamine levels drop again after it. So now you're motivated to go into the bakery and buy the brownie. And once you buy the brownie and eat it, that is the reward. Yeah, the brownie was the reward, and the smell was the anticipation of it. And you get another hit of dopamine when you eat the brownie, which is the reward. So this is smell, and this was eating. So dopamine is not just involved in reward, but also in anticipation or expectation of reward. And especially when you eat brownie, the reason dopamine is released then is because dopamine is involved in motivation and repeating behaviors. Once you get that dopamine hit, as soon as you eat that brownie, now you're more likely to eat that brownie whenever you get that smell. So it reinforces that behavior in your mind, in your brain. So the smell you received was the wanting of reward. Your body made you feel good, feel motivated through dopamine for taking effort. And when you eat, you get a hit of dopamine again, so that the behavior is reinforced in your brain. That is one of the reasons why once you open a bag of chips, it's difficult to stop, because every hit you take, every bite you take is a hit, and now you want more. So dopamine is also involved in the pursuit of goals. The goals can be immediate or long-term pursuits in your life. So when hunter-gatherer sees a potential reward or sees any potential reward, so for example, he sees a deer grazing far away in the field, he'll get a hit of dopamine, which makes him feel good, feel motivated. so that he can chase that deer, hunt it, and then eat it. And that will be his reward. So that's the goal of dopamine, to make you feel good, to feel motivated, so that you can pursue rewards, potential rewards. In our natural environment, so the jungle, savanna, dopamine functioned properly. So we had to chase that deer for 4 hours to get the reward that we would get by eating that deer. But in our current environments, dopamine is just readily available. It's an abundant resource. We just, with a click of a button, we can get infinite dopamine. We can keep scrolling for hours and there's no end to the scroll feed. So, like, infinite dopamine at our fingertips. So, I want you to imagine this pool of dopamine in your brain. Let's suppose this pool is full till the top, and every time you get a hit of dopamine, some amount is taken out and released in your brain. So if this pool is the reserve of dopamine, every time you get a hit of dopamine, let's say you scroll for 15-20 minutes, some amount of taken out of that reserve and released into your brains in the neural circuits. And what that does is, the more dopamine you chase, the more dopamine is released throughout the day in your brain, the less the reserves of dopamine is in that pool. And that becomes your baseline. So the level of dopamine in that pool of dopamine is your baseline level of dopamine. And healthy levels of baseline dopamine means you can focus, you are motivated, you feel good. So there's mental well-being associated with healthy levels of dopamine as well. Versus low levels of baseline dopamine are associated with depression, lethargy, and inability to focus. There was a study again done on a rat, multiple rats actually, in which the baseline dopamine of a rat was depleted, and the rat had two options. He could either eat fuck all rap chow, which is like rubbish food, which was just in front of him, or he could take some effort, climb a floor or two to get a better meal. And whenever the rat's dopamine levels were depleted, the rat would always go for fuck all food. But when the rats had a healthy level of baseline dopamine in their brains, flowing in their brains, the rat would take that little extra effort to get a more delicious food. So if you think about it, like, give it a thought, healthy baseline levels could mean a difference between you taking the effort to reach the goals that matter to you, to pursue the goals that matter to you, as opposed to living an unfulfilled fuck all life, just like the rat chose the fuck all meal, which was just in front of them. And the average person has a low baseline dopamine. Why is that so? The average person spends their entire lives chasing dopamine. It can be through food, through sex, through luxuries, through travel, through scrolling, endless possibilities. But I believe it's not dopamine that they're chasing, but there's something that they're running away from. I realized this on my inner journey, that everyone carries tons of trauma. And when I say trauma, I don't just mean war, molestation, abuse. That all of that is trauma, but there's another kind of trauma that is not talked about enough. So there are two types of trauma. I learned this from Dr. Gabor Mate in his book, The Myth of Normal. Capital T trauma are things like what I just mentioned: abuse, sexual assault. And small t trauma are your psychological needs not being met in your childhood. So there are certain psychological needs every human child has, and if these psychological needs are not met, the person suffers psychologically. The first one is a deep sense of contact and connection to parents. The second one is attachment security, that is not having to earn the right to be loved. Third one is permission to feel all your emotions, especially the unpleasant ones like grief, anger, sadness, and pain. And finally, the experience of free play in order to mature. You can notice this in all mammals. So all mammals in their childhood play in order for their brain psychology to mature. So if you ever felt that you were abandoned, or you were left alone by your parents, or if you ever felt like you had to be a certain way, you had to be disciplined, you had to be polite to be loved by them, or if you were ever told to not cry or not shout or not be angry, or if you were ever told to just sit your ass down when you were playing freely like the child you are, you experience from a small t trauma. Now, Gabor Mate says that this small t trauma is universal in nature, which means that everyone experiences this because we live in an imperfect world, so it makes sense. And because the hits of dopamine feel like a high and they are so readily available, you use them as a way to run away from this discomfort caused by small t trauma in all occasions, but in some occasions, unfortunate occasions, capital T trauma as well. You use these hits as a way to run away from the discomfort caused by trauma, whether you realize it or not. And what this also does for you is it increases your tolerance. So the same way an alcoholic needs more and more alcohol to get drunk. So if an alcoholic get drunk with one glass of wine, they eventually need, if they keep drinking that one glass of wine daily, they eventually need two, three, and like keeps increasing. Similarly, if you need 15 minutes of doom scrolling to feel that high, and you keep doing that every day, eventually you'll need 20, 40, 1 hour, and there's really no end to it. It's just your tolerance will keep increasing because your body gets used to everything you expose it to continuously or repeatedly. So, what's the way out of this? It sounds like a trap. The way out of it is to have a low tolerance and high amounts of dopamine in the dopamine pool. How do you do that? I accept that it's easier said than done, but the following 4 steps will help you with it. The first one and the easiest thing that you can do is optimize your light. What that means is have get 2 to 10 minutes of morning sunlight exposure as soon as you wake up. This is a non-negotiable for me and I do it every single day irrespective of how I feel or if I have no time. I just find the time, I just find the energy to go downstairs and get 2 to 10 minutes of morning light exposure. And just this simple habit will improve your dopamine levels and just make you, it wakes you, this like dozens of benefit. It wakes you up, it balances your hormones, so testosterone, estrogen. It's superb. It's one of the easiest and lowest effort to benefit thing that you can do. And the counterpart of that is, oh, it also does not work post noon. So if you're a bachelor or a teenager who wakes up at 2 p.m., 3 p.m., getting 2 p.m., 3 p.m. sunlight would not help you for these purposes. So find a way to fix your sleep schedule, I guess. And the counterpart of that is to stay in dark post 10 p.m. I know it's not practical for everyone, but you can get creative. What I like to do is I like to dim my lights, have warmer lights, so orange or yellow lights on late at night, and I wear a cap so that the light does not directly bounce on my eyes. This is also what I believe the logic is underneath Surya Namaskar, which is a practice here in the East, so Surya Namaskar translates to greeting the sun. So when you look at the sun and you greet it, you get the sunlight on your eyes, and that is what the yogis realized way back. The second thing that you can do is cut on high dopamine activities. So things like porn, endless doom scrolling, a lot of junk food, high it's like stimulating food, sugar, salts. And I again understand that it's not easy, and it's not easy to stop activities that one is addicted to. But it takes 28 days for your dopamine system to reset. So if you can just cut down on these activities as much as you can for 28 days, it does get a lot easier after that. And chapter 11 will help you with that because chapter 11 is all about stopping harmful habits. The third thing that you can do is start doing and start enjoying one thing at a time. We like to stack a lot of pleasurable things. So an example could be going to the gym, taking coffee before, drinking coffee before that, and listening to like blasting loud music on your headphones. Now that does feel like you're on top of the world, so it does feel great, but it's followed by a crash because what goes up also comes down. And this crash is when you feel low motivation, low focus, low well-being, all of those things that we covered above. So find a way to avoid this stacking, doing multiple pleasurable things at a time, and instead try to be more mindful of one thing at a time. It can be, so you can indulge in pleasurable activities, but try to limit it one at a time. And when you're doing it, just be as mindful as possible. Just savor it as much as it's happen when it's happening, It will make it more pleasurable and it will also help with your dopamine. What you can also do in the third step is take control of what Rand Doris calls in between moments. In between moments in your days are moments in your days where you are not occupied with something. So things like waiting in a line or commuting to and back from work. And our usual habit is to immediately pull out our phones and bury our head in distraction to just fill these in between moments, because to be frank, boredom is unpleasant. But what you can do is just stay with your thoughts, stay with your emotions when you have these in between moments. And what this will do for you is it will bring down your dopamine tolerance for one, and it has other benefits which we cover in chapter 8. So the next time you travel by public transport, I just want you to observe how everyone fucking has their heads buried in their devices. And if you find someone who does not has their head in their phone, they probably have earphones or headphones on. There was this one time when I was coming back from work and I saw this guy watching a movie on his phone with one hand, and then he was playing Candy Crush on his other phone on his other hand. And I was just horrified by this spectacle because it was like just watching that movie wasn't pleasurable for him. And I bet that there was a time in his life where he just enjoyed watching that movie plainly, but because he did that so many times and because he did that repeatedly, now he needed that extra stimulation like Candy Crush for the experience to be enjoyable for him. And that is exactly what I mean by tolerance. You always need more and more and more. There's no end to it. And the fourth thing, if you feel like boredom is too much and you can't stay with yourself, the fourth thing you can do is find simpler alternatives. So you can replace doom scrolling with reading. You can actually use your phone for what it's fucking meant for and call a loved one instead of just checking random people's stories. And I had a client of mine, she came with this ingenious idea in which whenever she felt the urge to scroll, she opened up her Chrome tab and played the dinosaur game instead. And that was a healthier alternative for her instead of doom scrolling. So Dino game is still fun, it's pleasurable, but it's a simpler alternative as compared to endless doom scrolling. And I'm pretty sure that helped resetting her dopamine levels as well. Now, it might seem that I am against pleasure and I am all for a disciplined, boring life, but that's not the case. I am all for pleasure and enjoying life to its full capability. But my message here is to have a low tolerance no matter what happens. And it gets much easier when you address the real cause being trauma and suppressed emotion. We cover all about it in module 3. But when you have that low tolerance, what that allows for you is it allows you to enjoy the simple pleasures of life. And so things like reading a book or going for a lone walk without any music. It makes those things enjoyable again. And when occasionally you choose to indulge in complex pleasures, so things like sex, even scrolling, partying, junk food, those complex pleasures become so much more enjoyable. You just rejoice in them completely. It's just next level when you have low tolerance. And this in turn increases your life satisfaction in general. You start becoming more satisfied with your life because simple things amuse you and complex things just put you in ecstasy. Versus someone who has high tolerance and they just barely enjoy complex pleasures, and the simple one don't even feel. So people who cannot read a fucking book, their tolerance is so high that reading a book isn't pleasurable for them. But reading a book can become pleasurable again if you have low tolerance. But this high tolerance makes you dependent on the activities that give you a lot of dopamine, and that is what is the cause of addictions as well. Now, here are two extra things you can start doing to really optimize dopamine and start liking hard work again. One of the ways to start rewarding effort or pain. Here's what I mean by that. Our usual tendency is to work for the end reward. So I'll work hard in the gym, I'll hustle, I'll pump weight, I'll pump iron It causes pain, it is effortful, but I do all of this for the end reward, that is the validation I'll get when I have a sexy body. But this mindset just takes discipline to a next level, makes you a disciplined god in a way. So there's this beautiful study done on children who loved painting. All children love painting, but children loved painting. And what the researchers did was they started rewarding the children with stars on their hands once they got done with a painting. And the children, because of those stars, started looking forward to the stars more than the painting. And when the researchers stopped giving children the stars for the painting, the children stopped painting, because if they were making the paintings for the star, that is the end reward, and there's no end reward, the motivation for painting stopped, like ended. Even though earlier the children loved painting by itself when there was no stars involved. And the way you do this concretely is when you're doing something that feels effortful, that feels painful, that feels hard, but you know it's beneficial for you in any way possibly, all you have to do is tell yourself the statement, and it's not even telling yourself, it's just reminding yourself that this effort is good and beneficial for me. And you can even tell yourself it's pleasurable for me. It does feel like you're lying to yourself, but if just by saying that it's pleasurable for me, it releases dopamine in your brain for that specific activity, and it starts becoming pleasurable because of that. So I'll give you an example. As I was writing the script for this chapter, I was feeling low. I was not feeling good. I didn't feel nice. I didn't want to write this. But what I did was I said this to myself, that this effort is beneficial for me and this effort is good for me. And just because I said those statements, this process of writing the script started becoming enjoyable for me, because most probably dopamine was released in my brain. And the more you, this is what the crux of enjoying the journey is. So instead of looking forward to the star on my hand, I started enjoying the painting itself. And the more you do this and the more you repeat it, the more it becomes default for all types of effort in your life. The more you repeat this, your brain will start associating any type of effort that is good for you, and it will start making that effort, that hard work, pleasurable. So you'll become the person, the more you do it, you'll become the person who enjoys doing hard shit. Where when all the people are running away from hard work and they just all are chasing reward, you become someone who derives pleasure from the journey, you derive pleasure from hard work, and the results will just follow. What you can also do, what also go complements this, is not stacking hard work. I know a lot of people, they listen to music while studying, and that does make the process pleasurable for them, the music. But again, it's followed by a crash. What you can do instead is, it works as the star on the hand. Once the music isn't there, they won't enjoy studying. What anyone can do instead is just tell themselves, this is pleasurable for me. This effort of trying to focus on this page is effort. This It's painful, it's difficult, but it is beneficial for me and it's pleasurable for me. The second nugget I'd like to share is how you can set tasks for the day. If you are someone who likes to set up your timetable and you'd like to think of how to do tasks in your day, this will help you a lot. So balancing dopamine is all about balancing effort is to reward. You take X amount of effort and then you get a reward for it. So if we take the hunting example that I shared earlier, if I see a deer, I get a dopamine hit, so that I get the energy for chasing it for the next 2 hours. And when I eat that deer, I get a dopamine hit again, which was in a way the reward. So there was like, I had to take 2 to 4 hours of effort to get that much of dopamine. So like I said earlier, this balance has gone out of whack because of our societies. But the way you can bring this back in your life is, when you're setting your timetable, when you're setting tasks for the day, put effortful tasks first. So the tasks that you don't like doing, put them earlier in the day, and put the pleasurable tasks last. So the way I like to do is, I like to hit the gym in the morning. I like to do my deep work in the morning. I do not touch my phone at all. before I complete all these effortful tasks first. After I do my deep work, that is the first time at 2 p.m. I look at my phone. And then again, if I have some effortful work after that, I'll do that. And then in the evenings, if I feel like it, I'll watch some web series, I'll just chill out, I'll go out with my friends, enjoy. But I do the effortful things first, and then I put the pleasurable things, the enjoyable things that I look forward to at the end of the day. And in a way, my mind looks at my days as if I take these efforts, if I do these effortful things early in the morning, that I'll get the reward of the things that I look forward to at the end of the day. And this is one of the most effective ways to organize your days, to balance your dopamine and to maintain that balance that we talked about. Now let's look at how you can tap into a superior form of motivation. Most people aren't aware, but there are intrinsic motivators within everyone that provide us with infinite motivation and fulfillment. So, in this chapter, we're going to look at what these six motivators, intrinsic motivators, are and how to be motivated for difficult tasks at will. Starting with dharma. Imagine that there's a guy who's pointing a gun at your head. Now, the more likely he is to pull the trigger, the more likely you are to run, right? Now imagine a second scenario in which there's a man with a gun, there's you and your child. And in this scenario, the guy is pointing the gun at your child. In this case, the more likely he is to pull the trigger, what are you more likely to do? Are you more likely to jump in front of the gun, or are you more likely to still run away? I'm guessing you are more likely to jump in front of the gun when the guy was pointing the gun at your child. But why was this? What changed? I mean, he was pointing the gun at your child, but what changed inside you that motivated you to jump in front of the same gun which you were willing to run away from in the first scenario? We'll get to that in a bit, but there are really two types of motivation. The first one is external. So things like validation, fear, money, and status. So these are things that come from outside of us. So if you're someone who wants to hit the gym so that you build a sexy body, so that you get praised by everyone, you're motivated by external motivation. Then the motivation for you hitting the gym is outside of you. And nothing against external motivators, they are strong, not gonna lie. But the thing with them is they have limited energy or limited power. They're like fossil fuels. They'll give you a lot of energy, but they'll burn out and vanish. They'll end quickly. The second type of motivation is intrinsic or internal motivation. These are things like autotelicity, mastery, curiosity, belonging, autonomy, and purpose. Don't worry about the names, I'll simplify these in a bit. So, the thing with intrinsic motivators is that they are strong, A, and they have unlimited energy in them. So they're like renewable resources. Where external resources were strong but limited in energy, like fossil fuels, intrinsic motivators are like this infinite and unlimited energy sources which you can reach within and tap into. There are six intrinsic motivators. Let me elaborate on them one at a time. The first one is autotelicity, and autotelicity is nothing but just a fancy word for love. The activities which you inherently like and love doing, you are motivated to do them. It's just as simple as that. So someone who loves playing guitar does not need to be told to go play guitar. They just pounce on every opportunity to just take their guitar and play it and just jam. For me, I fucking love playing TT. And any instance, any opportunity I get to play table tennis, I'll just pounce upon it without thinking twice. I don't need any external validation. I don't need any fear to go play TT. I'm intrinsically motivated to play table tennis because of autotelicity. That is, which means that because I love playing TT. The second is mastery, and mastery is the endless pursuit towards attaining expertise in any skill. So think about karate lessons. The people who do karate or any discipline for that matter persevere despite endless repetitions and pain. I'll tell you a quick story. I was a young guy. I don't know, 6, 7 years old, and my mom put me into karate school. So karate training, and it was so boring to me. I just quit. And when my mother asked me, "Why the fuck are you not going? Why the fuck do you not want to go?" I answered her, "It's so repetitive and it's so boring." But that's exactly what makes you a master at any skill. So if you have this genuine desire to attain mastery in any skill, you will be endlessly motivated to persevere the pain, the setbacks you experience in that skill or field. The third one is curiosity. You are endlessly motivated to study the fields that you are genuinely curious about. And you can see this energy in children who are just curious and fascinated by everything around them. And they have so much energy and motivation to go out, explore the garden, explore this Rubik Cube, explore this game. Just they want to keep exploring endlessly. And that is where their motivation comes from curiosity. The fourth intrinsic motivator is autonomy or freedom. Nobody likes being told what to do, not even rats. So there was this interesting study done on rats. Some context first. So rats love running on this running wheel. They absolutely fucking run it. They love it. They love it so much, in fact, that if you put this running wheel in the middle of a field and you leave a rat there, the rat will leave everything else, approach that wheel, get onto it, and start running. That is how much they love it. But in this research, what they did was they confined a rat in this running wheel and they attached this running wheel with to another rat, so rat B, who had the freedom to run on this wheel whenever he wanted. But the rat A was confined into it. So whenever rat they were connected. So whenever rat B ran, rat A also had to run because these wheels were connected. And what they found out was that Rat B experienced all of the benefits of exercising and running. So better heart rate, uh, better skin health, like all of the benefits of good exercise. But Rat A, who was forced to do the same amount of exercise but out of free will, it was not his free choice, his health deteriorated. So his blood pressure was worse, he was more anxious, he was just miserable. And what this the researchers concluded was because it was not A's free choice, because it was not out of his own autonomy, the exercise was detrimental to him, even though exercise is beneficial for them, for rats, and for everyone. The activity that is our own free choice and create more freedom in our lives, we are more motivated to do those activities. So an example could be if you are earning so that you can go wander around the earth, you can travel and be free, you'll be more motivated to earn as opposed to if you're just earning for validation. The fifth one is belonging, which is nothing but peer pressure actually. It said that you're the average of the five people around you, and that is the crux of the intrinsic motivator, belonging. Perhaps I was thinking about this that belonging could even be an external motivator. Because if you think about it, it's coming from out there. But there's an intrinsic factor as well because you intrinsically want to fit in with the people who are around you. So I don't really know. But if it is an external motivator, it is the most powerful one, that's for sure. Humans have this intrinsic desire to fit in with the crowd because the humans that did not care about fitting in with the crowd were left alone and they died in the wilderness. And they have this desire to fit in, even though that might not be the best thing for them. But you can use this for your advantage. Alcoholics Anonymous do this perfectly and brilliantly, where a bunch of people who want to overcome this problem of addiction to alcohol, they come together and they move forward as a whole. So they have this common goal which they move towards and they help everyone around them. And that is why Alcoholics Anonymous is yet one of the most effective ways to quit alcohol. The sixth one and the most fucking powerful one is purpose. Purpose is using or even building your strengths to contribute to just beyond yourself. And this is what the example of dharma, which we looked at just a couple of minutes ago, was about. You thought it was your purpose or your dharma, to protect your child, even though it came at the cost of your own life. And purpose is such a strong intrinsic motivator that you are even willing to forsake your own life, just like we saw in the above example, where earlier you were motivated to run away from the gun's point. When the intrinsic motivator of purpose was activated, you were willing to jump in front of it, this very same gun. And that's the very reason this is the most powerful intrinsic motivator. People are endlessly motivated to contribute to something just beyond themselves. Think of a soldier who is serving his country and to what extent he'll go to protect his country and to serve it. But how exactly are these intrinsic motivators different from the external ones, and why are they different? That brings me to Maslow's pyramid. Maslow was a brilliant psychologist and he created this pyramid which looked at the needs that motivate human behavior. So essentially what this means is the higher up you are on this pyramid, the more motivation, the higher up an activity is on this pyramid, the more motivation you experience towards it. So let me explain that. Let's take some intrinsic motivate. Let's compare external to intrinsic motivators. If you take the extrinsic motivator of fear, the highest it can come is security, which is protection, safety, stability. I would argue that it comes even in physical, but the highest it could go is security. Then validation. Validation could come in esteem. So validation could come in esteem, which is also an extrinsic motivator. Money, depending upon how you look at it, it could come in esteem. It could come in self actual. Yeah, it would mostly come in esteem. Independence. The highest it could go is independence, but a lot of people look at money for protection, safety, stability, or even hunger, thirst, bodily comfort. But the highest I believe money could go is independence. So what else? Fear. Yeah, that's all. These were the three extrinsic motivators. Now let's look at the intrinsic motivators. So if we look at mastery, mastery would come all the way up here in self-actualization. Curiosity, curiosity would come under learning. Autonomy, autonomy would come under esteem. Curiosity could come under, yeah, learning, correct. Autonomy could come under, yeah, let's say autonomy comes here, independence. What else? Belonging, belonging would come under esteem as well. What else? What am I missing out? Freedom, curiosity, love. Love would come here, under aesthetic. And then finally, purpose. Purpose would come all the way up here in transcendence, that is helping others realize their potential. That is exactly why purpose is so strong and such a strong intrinsic motivator. So all you have to do, if you want to increase your motivation for any specific activity, any activity, let's take the example of, let's say you want to hit the gym to have a sexy body so that you can get some approval. That activity would lie here in esteem, in the Maslow's pyramid. But you could take the same activity, that is hitting the gym, you can change the way you look at it and increase your motivation for it. So you can look at gym as a way to attain mastery over your physical body, and that immediately gets you to self-actualization. And the amount of motivation you feel for hitting the gym just increases, and it is also long lasting because mastery is an endless pursuit. You are always actualizing yourself. You would not run out of motivation when it comes to hitting the gym. Versus if you were just dependent on the approval, if you don't get that approval after building a sexy body, your motivation would fizzle out and you would not want to go to the gym anymore, because the very reason for you to hit the gym was to get the approval. So how exactly can you harness this motivation and really tap into those intrinsic motivators? Here's the concrete exercise that will help you with that. I would like to urge you to do it with me. So grab a pen and paper, and if you wanna if you wanna really master motivation, this exercise is it. Let's start with the first step. So write down the activity you wanna be fulfilled or motivated doing. Let's take the same example of going to the gym. The second step to this exercise is this question: what about this activity slash its outcome relate to the six intrinsic motivators? Don't worry, I'll help you with that. So let's go through each and every intrinsic motivators one at a time so that you understand how you connect any activity to them. So when it comes to mastery, I gave this example above. There are really two aspects to it. The first aspect is the activity itself. So the activity becomes going to the gym. And the second aspect to it is the outcome of that activity. So let's suppose the activity of the outcome is having a healthy, sexy body. Mm. So the question you want to answer for all of the six intrinsic motivators are, so what about both of these hits the particular intrinsic motivator? So when it comes to mastery, going to the gym will help me master my body, master my discipline or willpower. It will help me master consistency, which is the same thing as discipline. Okay. So yeah, I think that's all. You can become as creative as possible. Just don't lie. You cannot lie yourself into getting motivated. Try to be as authentic as possible. When it comes to love, I fucking love pushing myself. Love pushing myself. I would love to function optimally at the level of my body. I love the feeling I get after a workout. So yeah, let's get as creative as possible. For curiosity, I'm curious to know how much I can push myself. I'm curious how I would feel if I'm 10 kgs lighter. This is not for me, for someone who's fat, maybe. So yeah, there's that. In belonging, for belonging, what you can do is join a group or find some people who are a part of the same journey that you want to get into. So maybe joining a gym and meeting like-minded people. For freedom, how how would how would going to the gym or having a healthy sexy body contribute to my freedom? So if I'm healthier, I'll be able I've done this before, so it's coming to me easy, but spend some time with these questions. If I'm healthier, I'll be able to live a long life. I'll be able to pick my grandchildren up when I'm old. I'll be I'll have more energy, which will I'll have more energy. More energy will give me more freedom to explore the world even. Yeah. What else? More willpower is equal to more control over my actions, which is equal to more freedom. Because if you don't have control over actions, are you really free? So yeah, just write as many as you genuinely can. And for purpose, if I'm fitter, I'll be I'll have more energy, and I'll be able to make better videos, coach more energy is equal to be present with my loved ones, more fitter body is equal to more contribution to my loved ones in tiny or big ways. You can get more specific if you wanna. So yeah, these were some examples. Get creative. Write as many points as you can, as genuinely as you can, and you'll see, like, even just writing this, I will fucking hit the gym. Now here's how you can get and tap into this motivation at will whenever you need it. Take a picture of this list that you just made and keep it on your phone wherever you can access it quickly. And whenever you feel like you need that boost of motivation for this very specific habit, just open up this list, go through it again, read it, and you'll notice that the same motivation you experienced when you wrote this list will come rushing back up. So, in essence, you get the ability to motivate yourself for this activity at will whenever you need it. Now, before you look at how to trick your brain to take action, even when you don't feel like it, if you want to apply this specifically in your life and you're serious about overcoming procrastination in the next 2 months, click the link below in the description and book a free consultation call with me, and I'll see you there. We've been told since childhood to be not sitting idly or we'll be wasting our times. Bullshit, I say to that. What if I tell you that sitting idly, getting bored is the most productive thing I do in my days? Genuinely. In this chapter, we're going to look at how you can trick your brain to be productive, how doing nothing makes me more creative, productive, self aware, and helps me reduce overthinking. It even helps me process my emotions. Which brings me to an empty room. Imagine that you are in one, you're part of a research, you're in an empty room, there's nothing but a table in front of you. There are just two things on the table in front of you, your phone and the most fucking boring book in the world. You have 15 minutes to yourself. What would you do? You would most certainly pick up your phone and end up scrolling and, I don't know, calling a friend or whatever. You'd pick the phone. But now imagine the second scenario. The researchers come, take away your phone. Now you're just left with the most boring fucking book in the world for the next 15 minutes. What would you do now? You'll maybe sit with yourself for a while, for like 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 5 minutes. But after a while, I'm pretty sure that you'll end up picking up that most boring book in the fucking world and reading it. You'll start reading it. But what made you do that? What made you pick the most boring fucking book in the world, which you would have never touched? You picked up that book and you started reading it. What made you do that? You started doing that because you were bored. What is boredom? Boredom is a state, I like to call boredom a state which is devoid of distraction. That's all, plain and simple. This distraction could come from outside of you. So things like scrolling, watching a movie, Netflix, talking to someone, anything could be a distraction. Or this distraction could come from inside. So deliberately fantasizing, visualizing, imagining something. That could be a distraction as well. What is a distraction? Distraction is anything that moves you away from your own thoughts and emotions. So if you do something to get away from yourself, that is distraction. Historically speaking, humans have always had free time to themselves. Maybe they were doing some mechanical or manual jobs that didn't require a lot of thinking or brain power, as you can see here in this picture. But nevertheless, their minds always got time to just wander about fuck all. And this is necessary for your minds. Free time, a time where you don't do anything and let your mind wander, it's very conducive of your mental health. We'll get to why in a bit, but these days we endlessly distract ourselves. We have infinite distractions at our fingertips. If you want and if you wish to, you can literally pick up your phone and distract yourself for the next 24 hours straight. And humans and you will go to great extent to avoid boredom. Let's look at a shocking study. So, students in a university were asked to sit idly with their thoughts for 6 to 15 minutes. This group comprised of both men and women. And the only option they had throughout these 16 to 15 minutes was they had a button to themselves. And this button would administer electrical shock to themselves. So, they can press the button to get electrically shocked. What was discovered was 25% of women and 67% of men preferred to electrically shock themselves over just sitting with their thoughts and emotions. And this is the most fascinating thing that I realized very recently, that they had, before the study, they had admitted that they'll pay money to avoid these shocks. So these shocks weren't light, they were unpleasant enough that the participants would pay money to avoid them. And yet they chose to electrically shock themselves. And this is how afraid we've become of our own selves. But why is that? Why are we so afraid of our own thoughts and emotions? Well, I like to think of human mind like YouTube. Let me explain. So every time we avoid a thought, we suppress an emotion. It's like putting a video in watch later. And what this does is it influences the algorithm so that much more of these similar videos come up on your feed. So if you've ever put a video on your home screen into watch later, the algorithm picks that up and it gets a sense of, okay, this guy, this dude, this person like similar kind of videos, and will now pump out more similar videos on your feed, on your home feed. So let me give you a concrete example to explain what I mean. Let's suppose you're commuting to work and you get into a fight in public transport that causes certain emotions in your body, maybe anger, maybe fear, but you push it away because you're late to work and your stop arrives. So you push away the thoughts and emotions that you felt in that instance, and you put it in the watch later of your mind, which is your subconscious. Now, this act of shoving these thoughts and emotions in your watch later now influences the algorithm of your mind, and you see more of similar thoughts, emotions, and actions come out because of this action, because of this avoidance. And the reason we've become so afraid to sit with ourselves is that we are scared that once things start to come up from the watch later of our minds, we don't know how to deal with them, A, and B, it won't stop because there are so many, there are like thousands of videos we've put down in our subconscious. Now let's look at some of the benefits of boredom. A, it makes you more productive. And I'll share a very concrete exercise that you can use to instantly become more productive um, using boredom, and it will help you overcome procrastination instantly. But another way it helps you is, apart from that exercise, it also helps your dopamine to reset. We looked upon dopamine in, I think so, in the last chapter. No, chapter number 6. So yeah, it helps you. So if you avoid stimulation and just sit with your own self, your dopamine system starts to reset. If you missed out the dopamine chapter, go check it out. We go in super detail. Boredom also makes you a better person. So there was a research done in which participants were allowed to get bored. They were given the most boring book ever. So I think that they were given a color book, a book that has nothing but numbers in it. So they were asked to read that book, and the other set of participants were allowed to entertain themselves, distract themselves. And it was found the people who were more bored were more likely to donate money to charity or donate more blood. So boredom literally made them a better person. It makes you more creative. So there's another fascinating study in which people were allowed to get bored. They were instructed to get bored, just sit with themselves. And one was a control group, so they weren't asked, they didn't get bored, and the group number 2 got bored. Both of the groups were asked to exhibit their creativity or show their creativity by coming up with potential uses of a plastic cup. And it was found out that the people who were allowed to get bored, they came up with a lot more uses of that plastic cup there. So yeah, multiple uses of that plastic cup, as opposed to the people who just distracted themselves and didn't sit in boredom. And even in my experience, when I consume any kind of information, so when I read books, when I have beautiful conversations, when I look at awesome podcasts, my mind occupies that information and stores it in. So basically that information is stored. But what happens is when I sit for boredom, it happens automatically. I don't make it happen. But when I sit for boredom, my mind brings up all of that information that I acquired and runs it through the filter of me. And what that allows, what happens because of that is the information that I acquired, I now run it through the filter of me. So my experiences, my beliefs, and the way I perceive the world, and then it adds my it adds my touch to it, and that is how I come up with these videos and every other video on my YouTube channel. And yeah, that's what I realized since I've started sitting in boredom with just myself and doing nothing, letting my mind wander around, my creativity has gone through the roof. It has also made me self-aware. So let me ask you this: if you want to get to know someone, maybe they're a potential partner or a date, how do you do that? Do you do that by ignoring them, judging them, not listening to them, or do you do that by staying curious, being present with them, asking questions, and really listening to them? I'm guessing your answer is the latter one, and that is exactly the case with getting to know yourself better. If you wanna get to know yourself better, your thoughts, your emotions, your beliefs, you must spend time with yourself with curiosity and ask questions. That is how boredom made me more self-aware. Another thing it helped me do was it helped me find my purpose. And there's this phenomena that happens. There are researches around it called autobiographical planning when you sit in boredom. So when you sit on your ass and do nothing, your mind by default goes to autobiographical planning. What it's a mouthful, but it just means that your mind thinks about your life and where you're headed. So what you experienced in the past and where is your life headed. And because your mind does autobiographical planning, when you're bored, you start to look at the direction in which your life is moving. And I won't get into much detail, but because of this very autobiographical planning, I switched my career path from lawyer to a coach. And I'm so grateful that I did. So these were all the benefits of boredom. Now let's look at the most common objection that I get when I suggest people to be bored. So let me share a story. There was this one instance when I was going somewhere, I don't remember where, and I saw this dude, this watchman, just sitting on his ass and thinking about something. And I looked at him and I wondered to myself, if boredom is so good, if boredom is so beneficial, why is this motherfucker not improving? Like, why is he not enlightened already? And I thought about this to myself, and then this question came to my mind, which a lot of people have asked me, like, wouldn't boredom lead me to ruminate and cause me to overthink? And if and I really gave it a thought, and I realized that that is exactly what the watchman was doing. He was most probably ruminating over some shit, and he was most probably overthinking. So where's the sweet spot? How can you get all of these benefits of boredom without getting into rumination or overthinking and getting stuck in your head? And there's this very beautiful story about Buddha and Ananda. So there's this one time, both of these guys were walking through a jungle, and Buddha got thirsty. So he asked Anand that, Anand, go fetch some water. We just crossed a stream, so go fetch some water from there. So Anand was like, sure. So he went there, but he noticed that some bulls had passed the stream very recently, just in front of him, and the stream got muddied. So he came back to Buddha and was like, the stream was dirty. There's this another water source which is a bit far away. So let me go there and fetch you some water. But Buddha was like, no, Anand, I want you to go back to the same stream and get me water from there. That peeved Anand because he thought to himself, why is Buddha being so stubborn? But because Anand was disciple, He was like, sure, I'll go back to the same stream and get you water. And when Anand went back to the same stream, to his astonishment, the stream was perfectly clear. It was crystal clear and drinkable. The water was drinkable again. So he got some water and came back to Buddha, and Buddha had this cheeky smile on his face and asked Anand, did you get the lesson? To which Anand broke down crying and confessed, when I saw the stream, when I saw that the stream was muddy, I tried to get into the water to settle down the dirt and help like make the stream clean again. To which Buddha responded, you just had to fucking wait there with patience and the stream would have cleared itself. And that is also the case with your mind. So that is how your mind works as well. There's a stream of thoughts and emotions, and if you can just wait with patience and curiosity and awareness beside that stream, without stepping into it, without trying to interfere or change it in any way, the stream clears itself out eventually. And that is all. There are multiple researchers that acceptance of thoughts and emotions and just letting them be allows them to pass by and move on. And you can let go of these thoughts and emotions just by accepting and not interfering with them. And that is also how you can avoid overthinking and rumination, because overthinking and rumination is just you stepping into that river and trying to change it, trying to settle down the dirt. You don't have to do that. All you have to do is wait beside the stream and be patient with curiosity and understanding and awareness. And that is why I feel curiosity and understanding, the mindset of curiosity and understanding is super beneficial when it comes to boredom and your boredom practice. I like to approach my boredom practice with curiosity, understanding, and as a blank slate. So whatever comes up, I'm not gonna judge it. I'm not gonna try to change it in any way. I'm just gonna stay with it and stay curious. If some angry thought comes up, I'll be like, okay, interesting. Why is it? Why is this here? Instead of trying to push it away immediately. Here are two practical tips that you can apply boredom to become more productive. So the first one, which I love and I feel everyone should do it, is have at least 1 hour of boredom time every day. So Dr. K suggests 1 hour. He has a channel on YouTube. If you don't know him already, beautiful guy, love him. He suggests that you have at least 1 hour of free time where you do nothing and just stay with your thoughts and emotions for 1 hour. Maybe you look at a spot on the wall. Maybe you just lie on the floor and look at the ceiling. Maybe you go for a lone walk without distractions. Doesn't matter. What I like to suggest people is if you're gonna have a period of boredom in your day, if 1 hour feels too much, you can start with 30 minutes. But it's beautiful. It's an integral part of my days, and yeah, I look forward to it actually. So what I suggest to people is, if you're gonna have this boredom time in your day, have it prior to sleeping, because a lot of you can't already sleep. It takes you a good amount of time to sleep. So instead of trying to sleep, just sit with your thoughts and emotions and you'll get all of the benefits of boredom. You can even combine this with journaling. So if you think that a thought or an emotion is stuck, you can take out your pen and paper and just write it out. Or if even that feels, or if your mind is like, I don't have time, that is not practical for me, or what you can do is, whenever you have free time in your day, so times when you're commuting or maybe even you're waiting in a line, instead of immediately distracting yourself with your phone or something else, you can just sit with your thoughts and emotions, and that will help you with that will act as boredom time as well. It will also help with your dopamine, which we looked at in chapter 6 again. So the next time you travel by public transport, I just wanted to have a look around and see how many people have, how everyone literally has their heads buried in their phones or have earphones on. And that, I believe, is the equivalent of them pressing that shock trigger. But only this time, the consequences are bigger. It comes, this endless distraction and not sitting in boredom comes at a cost of your creativity, you finding your purpose, being a better person, being self-aware, and your dopamine system. The second practical tip for using boredom to beat procrastination is, when you're sitting for work, When you want to sit for work and you don't feel like it, keeping boredom as an only alternative. I do this a lot. So, just how you saw in the book example, where when you had the book as the only example in the room, you just went for that book despite that being the most boring book in the world. Similarly, if let's suppose, let me give an example. So when I sit for work and let's suppose I don't feel like working, I'll say to myself, the only alternative to this work is boredom or doing nothing. So I just sit my ass down or lie on the ground, and maybe I'll sit in this state for 5, 10, 15 minutes. But after that, my mind be like, fucking hell, this is unpleasant, this is boring. Work was like, let's just get back to work because that's a more stimulating option than just lying down on the ground. Like, we use the fact of boredom being unpleasant and uncomfortable to our advantage. It does take a little discipline to avoid picking up my phone, because if I pick up my phone and I end up watching some videos on YouTube, now because I have a better alternative to work, I don't have any motivation to go back to work. But if I exercise that little bit of discipline to do nothing and just lie on the floor instead of work, my mind will be like, fucking hell, work is a better option than this. So I get back to work after some time, and that is how I use boredom to beat procrastination 9 out of 10 times. It's a beautiful way to do it. It's a beautiful and a very creative way to harness the power of boredom. Now let's look at how you can just keep winning and become unbeatable. There's a hidden biological phenomena that makes you unstoppable. And it's disappointing how few people use this because it's super easy and extremely effective. So in this chapter, we're going to look at what this phenomena is, how to keep winning, and ride this wave to become unstoppable. Imagine that there are two cats, cat A and cat B. Cat B is stronger than cat A by all means. But before fighting cat B, cat A goes around and beats five tiny kittens in a fight, in five fights. So cat A wins against five kittens. And after those five wins, when cat A stands off with cat B, cat A ends up defeating cat B. And this is not just a hypothetical scenario, there are researches done around this. But how is that possible? How did cat A beat cat B, who is stronger than him? The way it works is because of this phenomena called the winner effect. It's a phenomena where animals and humans who have experienced previous victories are more likely to win future contests, even against stronger opponents. This effect is thought to be driven by internal changes, including neurochemical and hormonal shifts, that enhances motivation, aggression, and perceived ability. So when cat A experienced the biological hormonal boost by defeating those tiny kittens, it experienced more confidence because of that increased testosterone and decreased cortisol. Cortisol is a stress hormone. And you can all utilize this. Every time you collect a win and you collect it mentally, it gives you that boost of dopamine and testosterone. It is so strong, in fact, that when athletes win, they get this boost of testosterone, but not just them, even their fans get this boost of testosterone just by vicariously looking at your your favorite athlete win. Yeah, it also reduces cortisol. So again, it lowers down your stress levels, which in turn increases the likelihood of you winning again. And this becomes a spiral. Let me draw it for you. So you collect a win, and it gives you that boost of winner effect, which is more testosterone, more less cortisol, and other benefits, dopamine. And this in turn allows you to win more, which in turn causes more like a bigger boost. Then you win more, and just keeps getting, you go into an upward spiral. But it can go in the other way around as well. Let's suppose you lose, so this is a loss, because of which your testosterone levels go down, and your stress levels increase, which in turn causes you to lose more, and it just goes into a downward spiral. So winner effect can work for you or against you, can become a loser effect as well. And if you're thinking to yourself, I don't have any wins to count, trust me, you do. Let me show it to you. Here are three concrete ways you can become unstoppable. The first one is, if you're wondering what constitutes a win, is it winning a tournament? Is it getting your dream job? Is it winning a trophy? Is it earning 10,000 a month dollars? And yes to all of that, all of those are wins. But also getting up from your bed today, brushing your teeth, and even things like watching this video are a win. You didn't have to do any of those things. You didn't have to get up from your bed. You could have lied on it all day. You could have not brushed your teeth, and you could have not watched this informative video. You could have watched porn instead. And if you think this is rubbish and it won't help you, these wins won't help you, consider this perspective. Let's suppose there's a person who functions normally, like a normal human, and something happens to them and they lose the ability of walking, and they're now paralyzed. From this scenario, from this position, imagine in their healing journey when they can start moving their finger. Imagine how big of a win that would be for them. Whereas earlier they didn't even think about moving a finger. No one fucking thinks about moving a finger as a win. But from that perspective, from that position, for that person, moving that finger became a win because he couldn't do that before. What I'm trying to say here is you can choose the perspective of something being a win or not. Like the smallest of things can become a win for you if you have that perspective. And we've all done this. If you've ever celebrated when your dice rolled up a six, you've fucking done it. Like you celebrated throwing a cubical object on a table. So you all have the ability of celebrating irrelevant things that might not be objectively a win. And this is basically imperfectionist mindset in action when it comes to celebrating. You are celebrating imperfect action. If you missed out chapter 2, that is where we talked about the imperfectionist mindset in detail. So it's you who decide what constitutes as a win. And as long as you collect it mentally, the winner effect will activate. Similar to how beating those kittens gave cat A boost, even if the kitten was like a weakling, the fact that the cat beat it in a fight gave it a winner effect, gave it a, like, helped the cat ride the winner effect. And what happens is when you collect easy wins mentally and you congratulate yourself for collecting these wins, it still activates your winner effect and then enables you to collect bigger wins later. Because, like cat A, you've been riding this wave of winning, and when a stronger opponent, when a stronger challenge comes in front of you, you are primed, your biology is primed to face it and defeat it. But not every type of win is good for you. Some wins hurt your progress. There's this research done on children, and there were two groups of children. They were asked to complete some tasks, and when both of the groups completed, when group A completed a task, the children were complimented on their intelligence. So they were told, okay, you're so intelligent, you completed this task, good job. And group 2, the children in group 2 were told, okay, that was great effort, good job. So group 1 was rewarded for intelligence, group 2 was rewarded for effort. And what they found out was the results were the children who were applauded for intelligence later ended up choosing easier tasks, because the reason was the children wanted to keep that validation. So when it comes to intelligence, it goes to their identity, and they wanted to continue getting validated by the researchers, and that is why they chose easier tasks that they could complete. Whereas the children who were applauded for effort in later tasks ended up choosing more difficult challenges, more difficult tasks, because their effort was the thing that was rewarded and not their intelligence. And for a second, think back to your childhood. How often were you rewarded for taking action or taking effort? Wasn't like, for me at least, and a lot of, like, 99% of the people I know, any approval they got was for results and not for action. And the same goes with rewarding yourself as well. The more you reward yourself for taking action and not just results, the more your winner effect will get activated and the more it will help you to take more effort and take more action. Let me share a personal example. So, when it comes to YouTube, it's very easy, and unlike other forms of social media, it's very easy to get obsessed by numbers. I never thought I was a materialistic guy, but when I got into YouTube, I've noticed that I've started valuing numbers a lot. So there's, and if you've gone through my channel, you've noticed there's a lot of variation in the views I get on my videos. Some videos get over a 50, over 20, 30,000 views, whereas some videos just stay at 400, 300, 500 views. But what has gotten me through it and what keeps me going through it, even though it's difficult, I try to keep the mindset of celebrating uploads, which means that I try to celebrate the effort I take towards uploading those videos as opposed to the views I get from them. Although it doesn't take away from looking at the videos that didn't work and like analyzing them, but just by appreciating and celebrating the action effort as a win as opposed to the result, I bring power back to myself. And the third step is has something to do with the concept of the dip. Most worthwhile pursuits have a tough phase. It's known as the dip, as you can see here in the graph. And this dip is what separates the average from the exceptional. Majority of people quit at the dip, but pushing through it can lead to extraordinary results and life. So if you see this graph, uh, the y-axis is results, the x-axis is effort. You'll get some results in the beginning, but as you keep taking more effort, the results will drop. And this is where at the dip, where most of people quit. But if you can just keep going, I'll show you how in a bit. That is where you get extraordinary results, and this just keeps going. This keeps increasing exponentially. Whereas most people are just quit at the dip. The way to successfully overcome the dip is anticipating it. So if you know it's coming and you expect it, you are better able to tackle it. So just watching this now, you know it's coming and you'll expect it. So if it's a worthwhile pursuit, you know the dip might be coming, most probably, more often than not. So just by watching this and just by becoming aware of this, you are more able to tackle it. And the second thing you can do is continuing to collect effort wins. That is what I'm calling them, effort wins, like collecting wins for taking effort. Even through this diff phase of your journey, if you keep collecting the effort wins, it ensures that you keep taking action that feels good and will lead to long term success. So, even though your results will dip in the dip, if you keep celebrating the wins, it will allow you to keep taking effort and move ahead. Let me see if I can draw over this. Yeah, I can. So, as you continue taking effort, if you keep collecting the wins, you will still feel it still will feel pleasurable. So if I draw you a graph of pleasure and effort, usually the pleasure would increase with the results and go down with the dip and will increase with the results again. But most of the people will quit here. What you can do instead is, if you keep rewarding your effort, the more effort you take, the more pleasurable your journey becomes. And if you bring the results back in, the results will come, the dip will come, but it's still pleasurable for you because you're celebrating the effort. And there comes a time where you just skyrockets. The results skyrocket, and with it, your pleasure does as well. Now, here's how you can make this habit of collecting effort wins second nature. I was going to say effortless. You can make this into a mental habit, and that is what the ideal is as well. That is what we are aiming for. So as we are brushing our teeth, we'll be celebrating it. As I'm recording this video, I'll be celebrating it in my head. I'm not there yet, but I'll admit that it's not easy to start like that. It might even feel like I am lying to myself or faking it. What I like to do instead is I have a nighttime habit where I write the answer to these three questions. The first one is, what is the one thing that made me smile today? And the second question is, what is the one win that I collected today? And the third question is, what am I grateful for? Now, the smile and gratitude has have nothing to do with the winner effect, but it's just beautiful to collect these three things every day before sleeping, because even on the worst days, if I answer these three questions, and now it's become a habit for me. So even on the subjectively worst of days, if I force myself to look for the answer to these three questions, it helps me go to bed with some good feelings and feelings of, yeah, I've accomplished something today. It is a day well lived. But if you wanna optimize this habit for just the winner effect, you can collect X number of wins at the end of your day. Like writing it down with pen and paper is more effective than just doing it on your phone. Just doing it on your phone is more effective than thinking of it. So if you want to make it second nature, start with the most concrete, that is penning it down on a paper. So to get into the winner effect mindset, you can make it into a habit of collecting X number of wins. Now, what this number would be would depend on every person. Let me ask you this: how many wins per day is reasonable to you? And whatever number you come up with, if you came up with 10, I want you to double it. So by the end of the day, you have to collect 20 wins on a piece of pen and paper and make it into a habit, make it into a nighttime habit, and it will just transform the way you look at things. If you came up with 5, if you came up with 20, the number you want to aim for is 40. So you have to collect 40 wins every day before sleeping. And that is what will really activate that winner effect for you, allow you to ride those waves of winning, get into that upward spiral, and become unstoppable. Now, let's look at a quick summary of the mental module. Congratulations on completing the mental module. Let's look at what we covered here. The first chapter was Unfuck Your Brain in 28 Days. We saw how low tolerance allows you to have more motivation and feel better, so better feelings of well being. We saw how thinking of friction and pain as good, as beneficial for you, allows you to make hard work enjoyable. In the chapter Superior Motivation, we saw how there are two types of motivation: intrinsic and extrinsic. Curiosity, mastery, autonomy, love, belonging, and purpose makes you more fulfilled and motivated to do any activity, literally any. Trick your brain for action. We saw how human mind is like YouTube, and boredom as the only alternative for work allows you to beat procrastination. The fourth chapter was Winner Effect, in which we saw how collecting wins, no matter how tiny they are, primes you to become unstoppable. And we also saw what constitutes as a win is decided by you and not anyone else. So even though your mother isn't applauding you for brushing your teeth, you can applaud yourself for brushing your teeth, and it would activate your winner effect. One honorable mention in this module is willpower exercises. Willpower exercises are something that you can do to increase your willpower. The way it works is you change an activity that you do every day so that it takes a little more effort. An example, I picked it up from the Willpower Instinct, beautiful book. An example that the author gives is, if you open your door, if you're a right-handed person, and if you open your door with your right hand, have set a name for the willpower exercises, that every time I'm going to open the door, I'm going to use my left hand. Now, this might seem insignificant, but what this will do for you is it will challenge you to use that extra effort, that slight little more effort and willpower, to use your left hand every time you open a door. And this will strengthen your willpower over time. It seems insignificant, but it is a powerful way to strengthen willpower. Another thing that came to my mind as I was saying this was meditation. Simple breathwork meditation, breath focus, has shown to increase your willpower by a lot. So simple 2 minutes of focusing on just as little as 2 minutes. You can do that as well. Now, before starting with the emotional module, if you feel like you need help to apply all of this in your life specifically, and if you're serious about mastering procrastination in the next 2 months, curing it completely, schedule a free consultation call with me below this video, and I'll see you there. Welcome to the emotional module. In this module, we start addressing the true cause of procrastination for good. And you'll notice that if you stick to these tools, you'll start to become a person who has more self control and who doesn't procrastinate naturally. You won't have to take effort anymore. And this is where identity level change happens. So you literally change at the level of identity or who you are. The first chapter here is Procrastination Killer, which is a tool. We look at the core cause of procrastination and how to beat it every time in 90 seconds. The second chapter is Break Any Habit, also a tool, which is the scientific way to build self control and the most effective way to break harmful habits. The third chapter is Stick to Your Goals. I talk about how you can stick to your goals in the long run, the most underrated method to master consistency. And finally, Let Go of Procrastination, in which we talk about how to become a productive person, again at the level of your identity, and what's the permanent cure of procrastination. If you're tired of stupid productivity hacks that don't work, this chapter will give you the one tool that actually works to end procrastination by addressing its root cause. So, we're going to look at the core two causes of procrastination and how to beat it always in just 90 seconds. Tell me this, have you ever had this experience where you had a good chance of failing at an activity and you were like, fuck it, I won't even try? Even though if you gave your all, it would have improved your odds, it would have increased the chances of you not failing. So maybe it was an exam that you know you will fail at, and so you just don't study so that if in case you fail, you can justify to yourself, yeah, I didn't study, that's why I failed. And what if I tell you that's the crux of procrastination? You wanted to avoid a feeling in the future, so you avoided taking action. Had you tried studying and you still failed, you would have felt like a failure. But by not studying, you avoided the feelings of being a failure by justifying it to yourself that, yeah, I'm not a failure, I didn't study, that is why I failed. There's this research in Stanford, and this tool is based upon that, which says that procrastination is not a problem of laziness or even time, but rather of managing emotions. We talk about it in much more detail in chapter 1. But if you've tried forcing yourself using willpower to be productive and stopped after a while, so a week, 2 weeks, one day, you know there's a deeper cause influencing all of this procrastination and this pattern that you go through of you trying to improve, stopping, and then starting again. And if you think about it, you fucking know intellectually all you need to do to completely change your life and get the life you desire. So you know that 4 hours of deep work, going to the gym, eating healthy, sleeping on time will fix your shit, will get you the life that you so desire. But you still can't get yourself to do it. Have you ever thought why is that? This tool helps you beat procrastination and helps you do the things that you need to do by addressing this underlying cause, which is the emotion. The emotions are also why you intellectually know what you need to do, you still don't do it. And the 2 minute rule in Atomic Habits, we talk about it in chapter 2, is pretty effective, but it doesn't get to the root cause. So I found out this tool that just optimizes 2 minute rule and goes to the cause. It's called the Procrastination Killer. There are 3 steps to the Procrastination Killer. The first one is to understand. This step is something that you do to prepare yourself before procrastination hits. It's the planning phase, if you will. It allows you to introspect on the emotional resistance to certain activities. Now, if you want to really understand the roots of why you avoid certain things, I highly suggest you do this with me. So, grab a pen and paper and do this exercise with me. So, the first question you want to ask yourself is, when do I procrastinate? What activities do I procrastinate on? What do I procrastinate with? So, if let's suppose you answer this as study, what do you do instead? Sleep. And what any other patterns associated with it? So usually night, can't study. After work, can't study. Early mornings, can't study. So just any patterns that you might have noticed around this procrastination, or that you can notice if you think about it now. The next question you want to ask yourself is, what emotion am I trying to avoid? So here's where you get curious about the underlying feelings beneath the avoidance. Just spend some time with yourself and consider what thoughts and emotions come up when you think about the task. So, when you think about studying, let's suppose you're studying for an exam. When you think about studying for that exam, what thoughts and emotions come up? And as they come up, just write them. You might want to do brain dump, so just like whatever comes up, put it on the paper without filtering or thinking. And when you go through it, you'll find out the true reason. The two core major emotions that we all try to avoid is fear of judgment. So, being judged by your parents, your friends, someone out there, or fear of feeling like failure. These two are the core ones you avoid, and every human avoids. But there can be others as well. So, things like anxiety, self doubt, etc. Figure out, like, just spend some time here in curiosity, being curious, and find out what emotions you might potentially be avoiding. The next step will help you really pinpoint that emotion, but here just get curious and think about what could it potentially be. Now, the second step to procrastination killer is to release. This is something you do at the moment procrastination hits. So when the exact moment you want to go study and work on your project, but you don't feel like it, this is when you do release. It helps you process the emotion so that you address it from the cause. In release, you name the emotion out using specific words and notice where you feel it in your body. So, if for example, you're feeling the fear of failure, you literally say it out loud. I am afraid of failure, or I'm feeling the fear of failure. And what you can do is, if you struggle to use specific words to pinpoint what you're feeling, you can use this beautiful app called How We Feel. It's on Play Store and App Store for free. This is what the interface looks like. You open that app up, it asks you some question. All you have to do is tap on the screen and it will help you figure out what you're feeling specifically in that moment. And like using specific words to voice what you're feeling helps you process that emotion and release it. The second step, which I left out here, is notice where you feel it. So get into your body and notice where exactly you feel it. Do you feel it in your chest? Is your heart beating faster? Do you have stomachs in your knot? Just like go through, feel it in your body, get into your body and notice where you feel that emotion. Because all emotions are felt in your body. More on that in the last chapter. And then finally, if you feel like it would help, journal about any thoughts or feelings going on in your head. Again, journaling using specific words is a beautiful way to release and process emotions that come up. And then set a timer for 90 seconds. This is where you allow yourself to feel it. Set a timer for 90 seconds and accept what you're feeling and feel the emotion without trying to change it. Tell yourself it's just 90 seconds. I'm going to allow myself to feel whatever is coming up. And remember that there is no inner experience that you need protection from. It's all natural. Whatever you're feeling in your body, it is all natural. You're meant to feel it. Breathe into it and allow it to exist. And remember that emotions are not permanent, they are just temporary transient states that come and go. If you don't fight them, they'll come and they just leave you in due time. Just keep breathing through them. And the third step to procrastination killer is taking action. And this will be much easier now that you've released some steam from the pressure cooker that you were. This step will allow you to get into momentum and be productive. So, what you do is you just start with the tiniest step like an imperfectionist. There was a whole chapter, chapter 2, where we talked about this, where you focus more on just starting. So, if you are procrastinating for study, for your project, you allow yourself to feel the emotion, and then after the 90 seconds, you just start with the tiniest step like an imperfectionist, and you focus on just starting than the entire process. So if you have to complete an entire book for an exam, don't care about that book, but instead focus at this point in time for with just starting. Maybe you think of reading a page and celebrate the smallest action, which is what we saw in the last chapter, winner effect. And the more often you do this, the more efficient you'll become at processing the emotion. Because in the end, it's all about that emotion that stops you from taking action. At first, it might feel uncomfortable, but that just means you're making progress and releasing the steam. That's a sign that you are. And this tool will help you to address the cause of procrastination every single time it knocks at your door. And eventually, you'll end up curing the very cause of procrastination, get it out of your system, and become the kind of person at the level of your identity who doesn't procrastinate. Now, let's look at the scientific method to break any habit. Researchers have discovered the most effective way to stop harmful habits and overcome urges. And the best part is, it doesn't require any effort. So, in this chapter, we're going to look at the scientific way to build self control and the concrete tool to apply all of this. To understand this tool, I want you to try a fun experiment with me. Let's look at this like adorable, chunky white bear. Now, for the next 2 minutes, do not think of a white bear. You can think of anything else in the world, but please try not to think of white bears. You need to try this experiment to get a grasp of this tool. Again, you are allowed to do any working thing that you want. Just don't think of a white bear. Your time starts now. Okay, your time stops. Now I'm pretty sure you lost. It's actually impossible to win. There's this very interesting research around which points out the biggest drawback of willpower or self control, and is also the very reason people fail to stick to their diets or quit smoking. And this is exactly what the research was, what I put you through. Participants were asked to not think of a white bear. And that is what the experiment was. One of the participants shared her experience, and this is what she said. I'm trying to think of a million things to make me think about everything but a white bear. And I keep thinking of it over and over and over. So, hey, look at this brown wall. It's like every time I try not to think of a white bear, I'm still thinking about one. And I'm pretty sure your experience was similar to this. But why does this happen? Why does our mind do this? It happens because there are two parts in your brain. The first one is the operator, and the second one is the monitor. Let me explain. The operator is the part of your brain that controls things. So your operator was trying to control your thoughts and suppress the thoughts of white bear when you were going through the experience. But the second part of your brain, which is the monitor, it scans for white bear. So if your task is to not think of white bear, there has to be a part of your brain which sees that, am I thinking of white bear? And that act of even seeing, okay, that am I thinking of white bear, is you thinking of white bear, if that makes sense. And the operator has limiting power. The operator takes up a lot of energy, but the monitor works subconsciously. So when you were trying this experiment, the monitor was working subconsciously, automatically, to see if you were thinking of white bear or not. So if you're grocery shopping and if you're tired and you're trying not to buy junk food, even having that goal of not like I'll not buy junk food, every time the thought of junk food comes in your mind, your operator tries to push it away, but your monitor is just looking for thoughts of junk food. And if you're tired, your operator will just give up after a while, and you'll just rush to buy junk food because your monitor is still scanning for it. And this white bear effect not just affect your thoughts, but also what you do. So let me illustrate this by shining some light on diets. Diets are a major blunder. A review in 2007 of all the fucking research on diets showed that there is no proof that dieting works. So diets which ask you to restrict and not eat some kinds of food, there's literally no proof. It's a sham that diets work. In fact, ironically, dieting was found to be a better way to gain weight as opposed to lose it. People who go on diets gain more weight over time than people who start at the same weight but never diet. Isn't it fucking hilarious? And if you're wondering why is that the case, it's because of this very wide bear effect that you experienced. If you tell yourself I'll not eat junk food, you try not, like every time the thought of eating junk food comes to your mind, you try to push it away using the operator, and eventually what happens is it comes back even stronger, and that is all you can think of until you give in to junk food. So if trying not to do or trying not to think makes us do that very thing, what's the way around this? Coming to another research, there was this research done on 100 students where they were asked to carry this transparent pouch, not box, of Hershey's Kisses for 48 hours. So 2 days they were asked to carry this pouch of transparent pouch in which they could see this chocolate for 2 days all the time. And their challenge was to not eat any chocolate. So classic willpower challenge. There were three groups. The first group was asked to replace any thought of eating. So they were told, guys, whenever you have a thought of eating the chocolate, replace the thought with you're not allowed to eat the chocolate because of this experiment. The second group were asked to, they were explained the white bear effect, and they were told, guys, whenever you have this thought of eating the chocolate, notice the temptation, notice the urge, accept the thoughts and accept the feelings, but remember, you don't have to act on them. So this is what they were told. And the third group was a control group, so they were given no suggestions. They were just given this challenge to not eat any chocolate. And the results were the first group showed no difference from the third group. So the group who was told to just replace the thought with you're not allowed to eat chocolate, the results were no different from the third group. They were actually even worse. The second group, on the other hand, reported fewer cravings, and amazingly, not a single participant ate a single chocolate despite staring at these chocolates for 48 hours. Like, think about it. What is also superb, what is also fascinating is the strongest results for the students who reported to have the least amount of self control. So, the students who said that my self control is very low, they exhibited the strongest results from this suggestion of just noticing temptations, accepting thoughts, but not acting on them. This is how powerful it was. So what does all this mean for you? Our usual tendency is to run away from or suppress our urges, our thoughts and feelings. So I used to be a person who was all about force. I had this mindset of forcing things, and if I can't do something, I just need more force, I just need more willpower. But what happened was, the harder I tried, the the more you try to force away a thought, a feeling, the you saw it comes back again, and the more something comes back to you, the more likely you are to believe or act on it. So there's only so much force you can apply until you succumb to it. And there inevitably will come a time where you succumb to it, because the operator has limited power. You can fight it, fight it, fight it, but there will come a time where you just have no energy and you give in to that urge. But the alternative is, which is so beautiful and which is such a good alternative, that you can accept and stay with your thoughts and emotions. You can serve your urges, you can serve your feelings, and you can serve your emotions. I know it feels like accepting your thoughts would feel like, it feels like if you accept your thoughts, you'll be believing in them and they'll just get stronger. But it's not true in my experience and the dozens of research I've went through. You can stay with the thought, like if you have a thought, I am a loser, you can stay with it without pushing it away, and you have the ability to not believe in it, because we have that ability to just observe without believing in things. So you thought every time you thought of killing someone and you didn't act on that thought, you utilize that very ability. So that's the proof you have that ability. So there can be thoughts like you're a loser, you'll never fucking make it. You don't have to push it away. You can just stay with it, you can notice it, you can accept that it's there, and with due time it will go away. You will not take over you. That's what science has figured out, and that's what yogis fucking figured out. That's what all the sages have been saying. Similarly, you can feel an emotion in your body without trying to change it and not act on it. So when you felt that anger and wanted to bash someone in the head, you notice that anger and you didn't act on it. You exercise that ability. So you can be mindful, you can accept, and you can feel the emotion without having to act on it. It's not a necessity. That you can separate from the emotion and just feel it. So emotions and thoughts and urges even are like waves. You can ride them, you can ride on them like a surfer, and you'll notice that they come and they go away. If you just ride them and you just stay with them, they will come and they go away. Versus, this is where shit goes south if you try to push them away, which leads to the white bear effect. Again, feeling, thoughts, and urges are just waves that you can ride like a surfer. The way to concretely apply this is, the concrete exercise for this is something that I called mindfulness timer. Whenever an urge arises, let's suppose you're trying to beat porn addiction and you watch porn a lot. Whenever the urge to watch porn arises, do these 5 steps. Set a timer for 3 minutes. Tell yourself that I am free to watch porn after 3 minutes. So if I can wait through these 3 minutes, I just have to wait 3 minutes, and I'm free to watch porn after it. And during these 3 minutes, remind yourself why you are resisting the activity. And once you've reminded yourself that, close your eyes, get into your body, and notice the thoughts and emotions that you're experiencing in that moment, and surf them like a surfer. You don't have to change them, you don't have to push them away. Just stay with them, breathe into them, and accept them. Again, just feel whatever you're feeling, let the thoughts be, just notice them, and you have to do this for just 3 minutes. And after 3 minutes, see if you can resist watching porn. If you end up resisting, congratulate yourself, pat yourself on the back. If you end up watching porn, be kind to yourself and ask, what can I do better the next time? So, the good thing about this mindfulness timer is you can never fail. Like, worst case, you end up watching porn, but you practiced your willpower, you practiced surfing the urge for 3 minutes. So, superb. Best case scenario, you avoid watching the porn. Again, there's no you if you do this, if you just remember to do this exercise with any habit you're trying to break, you can never fail. And this, when you be kind to yourself and ask, that's okay, you're only human, what can you do better the next time, it helps you get back on the track. It helps you avoid that shame, it helps you avoid that guilt, and learn from your mistake. There's an entire chapter, the next chapter is where I talk about all this, like being kind to yourself. Now, before we look at all of that and we see how you can stick to your goals in the long run and really master consistency, if you feel like you need help from a professional to apply all of this in your life specifically and save yourself a lot of time, and you're someone who is serious about getting rid of this procrastination, curing it once and for all in the next 2 months, schedule a free consultation call with me below this video, and I'll see you there. Imagine if you could stick to your goals till you fucking achieve them. Imagine if if at every setbacks, instead of giving up, you would get back up even stronger and charge at your goals. How would your life be different? In this chapter, we're going to look at the most underrated way to beat procrastination, the best way to be consistent in the long run, and the two concrete exercises to apply all of this. Which brings me to the gas and brake metaphor. You go about your life existing, trying to achieve your goals, and you make the smallest of mistake, the smallest of setback you're faced with, and you experience this self-criticism, this voice in your head telling you're a loser, you won't ever make it, fucking quit already, kill yourself. And this I believe is analogous to the gas and brake metaphor. You're trying to achieve things, but the voice in your head is like the brake. So the voice and the emotional resistance act as a brake for, like, when you're trying to hit the gas. And now hustle culture will come in and will ask you to really max out on the gas, work harder, just do it, work longer. But this leads to metaphorical and literal burnout, as you can see in this picture. Just imagine if trying to hit harder on the accelerator, what would happen if you were to let go of the brakes? Your usual tendency is to probably beat yourself up at the smallest of mistakes and setbacks. You think that it keeps you going. We all feel that way. I used to feel that way. It feels like if you're not harsh on yourself, then you'll become complacent. You'll give up. But this very specific research made dieters feel good about eating donuts and candies, and the results were surprising. So there were two groups of dieters, women who were dieting, and they were put into this two-part experiment. In the first part of the experiment, they were asked to eat a glazed donut in just 4 minutes. So it's a big fucking donut. They were asked to eat it in 4 minutes. And then, cunningly, the researchers asked the woman to drink a glass full of water to induce a sense of guilt, because if they eat a donut and drink a glass full of water, they'll feel tight in the belly, and a tight belly induces guilt for dieters. The first group was given this message uh, after this test: it's okay to indulge sometimes. We've noticed that some participants beat themselves up when they eat the donut, but it's okay to indulge sometimes. Don't be too harsh on yourself. Don't be too hard on yourself. And what this message did was it induced self forgiveness for the dieters. The second group was a control group, so no such message were given to them. Now came the second and the most fun part of the experiment. They were asked to taste candies. It was all in disguise, so they didn't know self forgiveness was being tested. They were asked to taste candies, and they were asked to rate them. And at the end, like before leaving, the researchers told them, eat as much as you like. Just casually told them. The results, it would blow in our faces, and it would go against everything we've told ourselves. It does actually, but the group who were encouraged and they were who were asked to forgive themselves for eating that donut ate only 28 grams of chocolate on an average, versus the group who was not told anything, who just felt guilty about eating the donut, ate a whopping 70 grams of chocolate. You can see the difference in this graph. And that's the power of compassion and self forgiveness. Even though it seems counterintuitive, even though we might feel that if we are forgiving ourselves for fucking up, if we are being kind to ourselves for fucking up, if we are encouraging, not encouraging, but kind and forgiving, we would be more prone to that behavior. But in truth, and this experiment showed this, the more compassionate and self-forgiving we are, the better, the more likely we are to stick to our goals. And everyone's fucking experienced this. Maybe you were struggling with maths in school, and there was a kind, patient teacher that helped you through it patiently, without stressing you out, without pressurizing you. How did that make you feel? We've all had this one compassionate, kind person who helped us out unconditionally, like help us, like was compassionate and forgiving towards us. And what is compassion? Compassion is being aware of someone's suffering, being kind and warm towards them, with a desire to relieve that suffering. But what makes compassion so effective? I had a client of mine, his name is Rahul, and he started with the resolution of getting onto a diet. But he always used to fall off the wagon because of multiple reasons. So life used to come into his way. He used to fall sick, something used to come up with his family, a sick family member, a family trip, or travel. He jokingly called it a testing point for him. So he always used to fall off the wagon on the testing point. He used to beat himself up, and he used to never he could never get, like, continue on his journey, and the cycle kept repeating. He stopped because of X reasons. He used to beat himself up. He used to muster willpower. When he used to get that willpower, start again, drop, beat himself up, and the cycle kept repeating. I figured that compassion would help him, so I guided him through the compassionate image exercise, which we'll get to in a bit. And since then, he says that his life has changed. Now, when he falls off the wagon, when he goes through these testing points, he introspects and sees how he can do better. And this has allowed him to stick to his goals. This has helped him get back stronger on his journey as opposed to falling off the wagon. Where earlier he was feeling guilty and ashamed because he couldn't stick to his goals. He was beating himself up like, fucking hell, why can I not do this? Now he was even stronger when he faced these testing points. Rather, I can say he stood up to these testing points. And one of the reasons for one of the reasons self-forgiveness helps us is it helps you overcome that shame and guilt, similar to Rahul, which allowed him to look at his setbacks without pain. So if we experience a setback and with that setback comes a lot of shame and guilt, we are reluctant to look at it objectively. We are reluctant to look at it and acknowledge it and learn from it. But when we forgive ourselves, that gives us, that takes out that shame and guilt, and now I can look at this setback, now I can introspect, now I can analyze, learn from it, get stronger, and keep moving on my goal. And I kid you not, this is such an underrated aspect of being consistent, sticking to the journey, and overcoming procrastination. It just blows my mind why no one is talking about this. And that analysis is important. This analysis of setbacks is important to improve and be consistent, which is made difficult by the shame and guilt. Now here are some exercises to build this self-compassion and self-forgiveness so that you can learn from your setbacks, be consistent, and really achieve your goals. The first one is a mindset come exercise. I like to call this treating yourself like your own child. And the only test for this mindset is if you catch yourself being harsh in your head to yourself, the only test for this mindset is, would I say this to my child? And if the answer is no, draw a boundary there and don't say it to yourself. So if you won't say it to your child, real or imaginary, don't say it to yourself. And you can imagine this. If your child eats a chocolate instead of a carrot, would you tell him you're a fucking loser? No, you won't. How would you respond instead? Just try to imagine. Maybe you'll be like, it's okay. I can see why you ate that chocolate. It's delicious. But can you see how eating that chocolate would have been better for you? And just try to encourage them. Try to encourage yourself and treat yourself like your own child. Like, this test helps me a lot. If I won't say, will I say this to my child? Nope. I don't have a child, imaginary. Will I say this to my child? Nope. Then I don't say it to myself. But like, what would I say to myself instead? So then I imagine a scenario where my child made this goof up or mistake. How do I respond? And a client of mine named Ritvik came up with this ingenious idea. I suggested this mindset to him, and it resonated with him so much that he ended up setting his childhood pic as a wallpaper. He used to beat himself up a lot, and setting his childhood pic as a wallpaper allowed him to get that warm and like fuzzy and forgiving feeling towards himself. And that allowed him to really embrace this compassionate mindset. You can also turn it into a nighttime exercise because adopting new mindsets is difficult. So, to make it super concrete, turn it into a nighttime habit. I suggested this to Rahul as well. Find out 3 times in the day that you were critical of yourself. If you are unable to catch it when you do it, before you sleep, find out 3 times you did it through the day and 3 alternative reactions to yourself. And just by writing this, gradually and eventually, that will start happening in real time. So you'll start noticing, you'll start catching yourself be self-critical. You'll stop then and there and talk to yourself more kindly and forgivingly. The second exercise is compassionate image. It said that imagination is the next best thing to reality. And it's fucking good. This exercise helped me build self compassion when I had zero of it. Because for some people, I was one of them, it's not possible to treat ourselves. It was not possible for me to treat myself compassionately. And this is where this exercise helped me, because compassionate image is something who you can bring to your mind at times of distress. And when you notice that you're being too self-critical of yourself, to receive compassion. And oftentimes it's difficult for us to be self-compassionate because it's been a habit to be self-critical since childhood, and that is how our parents talk to us, and that is the voice we adopted in our head. And that is where this exercise is beautiful. And now it's become second nature for me. Generally, I the voice in my head is super compassionate, I rarely talk shit about myself. The moments I do, I immediately catch myself doing that and replace the thought with a compassionate one. So here's how you can build a compassionate image. If you feel like you would benefit from compassion on your journey to be productive and beating procrastination, I highly suggest you do it now with me. Grab a pen and paper and answer these questions. What do you want your compassionate image to look like? Are they old? Are they young? Are they male or are they female? Are they human or are they non-human? They can be anything. An animal see a tree so long as they have these four qualities. So your compassionate image, they must be wise and understanding human struggles. They should have the strength to protect and defend you. They should be warm and kind. And this is the most important one, they should be absolutely non-judgmental. There's no place for judgment in compassion and empathy. So take your time, stay with this question, and try to imagine what character makes you feel the most sense of warmth, that most sense of comfort, that most sense of safeness, and build your compassionate image. For me, it was Robin Williams from Good Will Hunting, and just looking at his face gives me this nice sense of warmth. And he is my compassionate image. I saw this movie and I immediately knew that I would like for him to be my compassionate image. He was wise in the movie, he was strong, he was warm and kind, and he was absolutely non judgmental. So it ticked all four marks for me, and that is why I chose him as my compassionate image. Now, once you're done answering these questions, here are some more follow up questions that will help you out, help make the your image more specific. So, what visual qualities does your compassionate image have? Are they smiling? Just go ahead and imagine what makes you feel the most warmth and kindness from that image before you write down. So, are they smiling? Are they maybe stoic? Are do they have a white stance? Do like think about what visual qualities do they have? Are their eyes wide and open? Are they soft and kind? Whatever makes you feel the most warmth. The next question: how do they sound? Is their voice soft or caring, or is it loud and beaming? Again, whatever makes you feel the most sense of warmth. How are you? This is the most important one. How are you and your compassionate image relating to each other? So, are they hugging you? Are you voicing your concerns? Are they listen and they're just listening to you? Are they patting your back? Are they rubbing your back? For me, it was Robin Williams rubbing my back and consoling me by saying it's okay to feel this. You're doing great. That was a great attempt. You're doing fine. Keep it up. All of those things. Now, once you have this compassionate image described on a piece of paper and imagined, you can bring this compassionate image to mind whenever you feel like you need that warmth and support. And or you can also make this into a nighttime habit, similar to what we discussed above. Three instances when you were self-critical before sleeping, and you imagine your compassionate image treating you with compassion in those three instances, and that will help you prime your brain towards self-compassion and self-forgiveness. Also, you can bring this in when you're on your goal. Maybe you've missed a day or two, maybe you're slacking off from your goals, maybe you've experienced some setbacks, maybe you're trying to make a habit and missed a couple of days, and if you're beating yourself up over missing those couple of days, yeah, you can bring this compassionate image there as well, and you can imagine them asking you, that's fine, you're only human, you made mistakes, what can you do better the next time? And this will allow you to learn from that experience, look at that setback, learn from it, and get back stronger on your journey. Now let's look at the permanent cure for procrastination. This is the chapter where it all began. If I were to not start with the meditation I'm about to share in this chapter, you would not be seeing this video and I'd be having a miserable, unproductive, and sad life. So, in this chapter, we're going to understand the roots of procrastination, how to destroy them, and a 12-minute meditation to address procrastination from its cause. I've said it multiple times throughout this entire course. Procrastination is you avoiding a feeling in the future. We looked at it in detail in chapter 1, but if you've ever wondered what makes you avoid a feeling, let me explain it to you. Imagine that you have six children. The first three, A, B, C, are super well behaved. They are lovely, they are polite. The other three, X, Y, Z, are annoying and mischievous. You give love and attention to X, A, B, C because they are lovely, well behaved, polite, but you ignore X, Y, Z. And because you ignore X, Y, Z, they start becoming more annoying and more mischievous. So what happens is after a while it gets unbearable for you. So you shun XYZ in a dark room in your house with bare minimum food and water. And you think by doing this you'll be able to control XYZ and their mischievousness and their annoyingness. And imagine the effect of this of you shunning XYZ in a dark room on ABC, the children who are lovely and polite. Now, this is a very dark example, but this is exactly what you do with your unpleasant emotions like fear, shame, guilt, sorrow, etc. You shun them in the dark corner of your subconscious and you let them rot there. But they're not gone. Just because you can't see them, just because you can't hear them, doesn't mean they're gone. They continue to wreak havoc in your life from down there in this dark room. And all of this continues to happen, and all of this happens and happened mostly out of your awareness. So if you're thinking, what the fuck is he talking about? What the fuck are you talking about, Fussy? I've never done this. It happened mostly out of your awareness. And this will continue to happen unless you choose to do something about it. So what's the way out? Love your child, feel your emotions. The same way a child is ought to be loved unconditionally, irrespective of whether they're sick, whether they're naughty, or whether they're troublesome. All of your emotions are supposed to be felt no matter how unpleasant or uncomfortable they are. It might seem to you that your life is better off without unpleasant emotions, but that just isn't true. Emotions, specifically unpleasant ones, are important signals for survival, even safety. They were important signals for survival and safety back when we were in the jungle, and they still are, even in the modern scenario. Evolution chose pain for these emotions that were important for survival because pain is a strong and immediate motivator. Let me explain how major of the unpleasant emotions are helpful for you. So anger helps you draw boundaries and protect yourself and loved ones. So if suppose you're walking on the street and a random dude comes and slaps you across the face, you will experience anger so that you can defend yourself and draw your boundary. Fear makes you alert and ready for escaping harmful situations. Guilt helps you make amends. So if you're guilty about something you did, you'll make amends. Shame makes you conform to the group for long-term support. So if you don't conform to the group, you'll be left alone and you'll most probably die. You would have died in the environment that we evolved in, but so that's why shame is so strong. And in the jungle, in the savannah, we needed group support to survive. And finally, sadness elicits help from loved ones when you need it. So when you feel helpless, when you feel like you can't do something, you feel sorrow or sad, and that sadness evokes help and elicits help from loved ones around you. So the first step I believe to change is to change the way we look at these negative emotions. In fact, I've stopped even calling them negative because I don't see them as negative. They're unpleasant for sure, but they aren't negative. So anger, fear, guilt, shame, and sadness, I call them unpleasant emotions as opposed to negative. And it's also important to understand that there is no inner experience that you need protection from. We discovered more and we talked about this concrete practice called surfing in chapter 11. But where does all of this reluctance to feel this unpleasant emotion come from? Most people say that their childhood was the best time of their life. But I believe childhood is the most stressful, most agonizing, and the most traumatizing period of a human's life. Think about it. Most of the for most of the people, their childhood was the most stressful, agonizing, and traumatizing. Think about it for a second. As a child, you were weak, you were completely dependent on your parents, and your parents, whom you were completely dependent on, had no more probably than not had no idea of your fundamental psychological needs. We covered fundamental psychological needs in a different chapter, so I won't go over them again. But try to think about this: you're weak, you're dependent, and the people you're dependent on don't know what's best for you psychologically. How stressful, how agonizing, and how traumatizing that would be for a child. And Dr. Gabor Mate, one of the leading experts on trauma in the world, says that trauma is not the presence of adversity, but the absence of love. So, if you were ever told don't cry as a child by your parents, you started associating crying with being unloved by your parents. And being unloved by your parents to a child is equivalent to death. So you started associating crying with death basically. So if crying leads to death, you must avoid it at all costs. So you start avoiding it by using the only way that you know, which is suppressing crying, suppressing sadness. And that is exactly where this reluctance to feel unpleasant emotion comes from. Just quickly, one of the psychological needs of a child is to have the space, have the permission to feel all of the emotions, including the unpleasant ones. And the example that I just gave was a violation of that psychological need. So whenever you were told not to be angry, not to cry, not to be sad, yada yada, the psychological need of that specific psychological need of yours was violated. Now there's two ways you start suppressing. Whenever you feel something extremely painful and you don't know what to do with it, there are two things that you can do. The first is you can become unaware, you can go offline, you can check out of that experience. So it's the freeze response. The second thing you can do is you can tighten your body so it's difficult for you to feel the sensations. So I'm sorry, this is the freeze response. The first one was you just checking out of the experience. Dissociation, which is called dissociation in psychology. And with enough repetitions, if this keeps happening again and again in your childhood or even your adulthood, this becomes the default. And that is how I was. My default was just a frozen rock instead of a body. This is the freeze response, like I just said, in the animals as well. So a deer who is getting eaten alive by a bear, it doesn't feel pain even though it's being eaten alive because it has frozen and it has checked out of that experience. Now, in case it survives that attack for whatever reason, deers shake it off. If you've noticed, you can look it on YouTube. They shake this off, they shake this freeze response off, and that releases that trauma which it went through. But we as humans aren't taught this. As humans aren't taught to release the trauma that we carry within. And this is the crux of trauma release exercises as well. I'm not an expert on it, so I won't go through it, but you can check it out. These trauma release exercises are simple exercises to trigger this shake response, very similar shake response in yourself, which allows you to just let go of that trapped stuff, relax, calm down. It's good. You can check it out. I've dipped my toes into it, but I'm no expert. So if you're wondering what does all of this have to do with procrastination, let me share a story of one of my clients. They had, for privacy purposes, I won't name them, but they had come to me for procrastination. They would scroll on their phone for hours on end and they would delay things till the 11th hour. So classic procrastination really. And when they came to me exclusively for procrastination. They didn't think it had anything to do with their past or emotions at all. And 2 sessions in, we were discussing the absolute horror show that their childhood was and the atrocities that happened to them and with them. And after processing these emotions, after processing some strong emotions, What they realized was gradually and slowly their procrastination started to improve, their scrolling reduced, and their sleep schedule improved naturally. So all of these changes started to happen naturally without much effort. Where earlier they had to exert a lot of effort and willpower to do the things that are necessary for them to do, now it all started coming to them naturally because we addressed and we processed the root cause underneath the patterns that were appearing again and again. And all of this stuff, in my experience, can be undone beautifully by surrender. So, what is surrender? Imagine that you're in a war, you're losing, you're exhausting your resources because it's been a long war, and you know for a fact that you can never fucking win. If it were the case that as soon as you stop fighting, you'll win and you'll make friends with the opponent, and the opponent will allow you to use the resources forever, do you think it would be wise to surrender? Only a stupid would continue fighting in this situation, right? And that's exactly what we all continue to do with our emotions. We keep fighting them even though we know we can't win, consciously or subconsciously, and it drains us of our valuable energy. And the moment we stop fighting them, we harness their power and become more fulfilled and productive. So why do you still continue fighting them? Because that's what every fucking one around you has been doing since your childhood and has been telling you to do since your childhood. There's this underlying premise beneath everything humans do, that is, don't feel your unpleasant emotions. And everyone will keep telling you that. Even gurus online, they'll be like, think positive, don't like try to avoid unpleasant things, unpleasant emotions, unpleasant thoughts, negative thoughts are harmful for you. If you think negative thoughts, if you feel negative emotions, you'll manifest negative things in your life. That's bullshit. And surrender seems weak to the ego, so all of those egoistic gurus, all of those egoistic people telling you to run like use control and suppress emotions, to them surrender seems weak. To me it seemed weak, fucking hell, until I started getting into it slowly and saw that how it's the most powerful thing to do. It's the most powerful thing a human is capable of, rather. Rumi was a big advocate of surrendering. If you don't know who Rumi is, that's a cute, check him out. So here's the meditation that helped me surrender. Surrender meditation is the permanent way to change your emotional blueprint and all of the stuff that you went through in your past and let go of procrastination as a result. Once an emotion is processed, you're done with it. It doesn't bother you. It's weight off your shoulders. You don't have to be paranoid about it coming in the future because if it does, you're comfortable and okay feeling it. It's like a lot of coal in front of you and you're shoveling coal behind you. And you don't realize how much coal you've shoved until you take a pause and look behind and you're like, fucking hell, there was a lot of coal. So, for example, if you fear rejection, when you start avoiding the situations that you might be get rejected in, and you start like the fear starts increasing, it starts to become the fear of rejection, if that makes sense. And through this meditation, through surrender meditation, you can become comfortable with fear of rejection. It's a very natural, it's a very human thing to be afraid of rejection. There's nothing wrong about it. So the goal becomes not to get rid of unpleasant emotions, not to get rid of fear of rejection, but rather to get comfortable with it. And no one fucking talks about this. The goal isn't to change unpleasant emotions. The goal isn't to change your fear, change your shame, change your guilt, change your anger. The goal is to be okay experiencing all of those things without perhaps acting on them. We'll get to that in a bit. We talked about it in chapter 11 in a lot of detail. Was it chapter 11? Yeah, chapter 11. So the premise underneath surrender is that your mind, body, and emotions move towards healing if they are not obstructed by you, or if they are not obstructed by suppression. So our natural state is to move towards healing. I strongly believe in this, even though it might sound woo woo. Our natural state is to move towards healing, but we are what obstructs that natural state of moving towards healing. So surrender basically becomes, in this example, stopping to obstruct that natural state, that natural flow of healing. And when we stop, we notice that our emotions start to heal, our minds start to heal, and even our bodies start to heal. So let me quickly explain what emotions are. Emotions are rooted in sensations. So what are sensations? Sensations are something that you feel in your body. So if you pinch yourself on the hand, you get a sensation of pain. So every emotion is felt in body. There's a physical and visceral counterpart of every emotion. And sensation are just a certain way that your body moves, or a certain way you feel in your body. It's a feeling. So just like you can see in this chart, there are different emotions you feel in different parts of your body. And if you get comfortable with your body moving in a certain way, you get comfortable with that specific emotion. Let me give you a concrete example. Let's suppose if you're afraid and your heart start to beat faster, that heart beating faster is the physical sensation of anxiety and fear, for instance. It could be anything. It could be knot in a gut. It could be tightness. It could be pressure in your chest. It could be pressure in your throat, anything. But for this example, your heart beating faster is the sensations of anxiety. If you get comfortable with that heart beating faster in your body, you get comfortable with your anxiety and your fear. And what you'll notice is, this comes later, but this is not the goal. What you'll notice is, when you start getting okay, the sensations start to fade away gradually. But that's not what we are concerned about at this point. There are three main problems when it comes to surrendering to emotions. The first problem is, because coming back to the XYZ example, because we had shunned XYZ so deeply in that room, they won't come out consciously. They are mad at us, they are reluctant to trust us. So, because of that deep suppression, deep shunning in the room, they won't come up consciously. You cannot think, okay, I'll bring up shame today and I'll process shame today. It's not that easy. The second problem is that we judge them. So because we are the ones who had shunned XYZ in that dark room, we had shunned them for a reason. The reason is that we judge them, and we don't see them as good. We see them as bad. And the third reason is that they are unpleasant. No one can deny that. They are unpleasant because we don't really have to get to because, but the reasons are, they are unpleasant because we judge them and suppress them. But nevertheless, they are unpleasant. They don't feel good. It doesn't feel good to be guilty, feel guilty. It isn't pleasant to feel ashamed. It isn't pleasant to be afraid. It even isn't pleasant to be angry. So these are the three main problems that stop us from feeling any unpleasant emotion. And the three solutions to these are, the first solution is triggering. So if you can't think yourself to bring an emotion up, you can take action and trigger yourself to feel emotion. So if suppose you want to process fear, you cannot think, okay, I'm going to bring up fear. Instead, what you can do is, you can go on a busy street and you can start singing. And you can be sure as hell that when you start singing on a busy street, the fear response will come back up. The way you counter judgment is, you replace it with curiosity. You can only be curious. You can either be curious or judgment about anything. It's like a seesaw. If you're curious about something, you can't be judgmental, and if you're judgmental about something, you can't be curious. So every time you notice you're being judgmental about something, just try replacing that. Make it into a mental habit. That's what I've done. Whenever I notice myself or catch myself being judgmental to something out there, or even in here, I try to replace it with curiosity. So you can replace, why am I feeling this, with why am I feeling this? Interesting. Interesting. Why am I feeling this? And just replacing curiosity with judgment, you'll notice that you start to become more and more comfortable with anything really. Curiosity is the basis of tolerance, I believe. So if you want to tolerate something, get curious about it. It won't feel like tolerance. It will the judgment will be replaced by understanding. And for you to understand something, you have to be curious about it. And the way you counter unpleasantness, you can't, to be frank, you can't really counter it. But what helps is compassion. We talked about compassion in chapter 12, last chapter. But what compassion does is when you're going through unpleasant emotions, when you have your compassionate image to support you, that will make it easier to go through the pain. It will soothe you, it will comfort you as you go through that pain, that unpleasant emotions. So here's a concrete technique. This technique can be summarized in just one fucking sentence, which is as simple as feel your emotions. You're doing nothing but sitting, taking out some time, 15 minutes, 20 minutes, 10 minutes, 5 minutes to feel your emotions. That's all you're doing. So let me ask you this. If you wanna get to know someone better, maybe they're a prospective partner, how do you do that? Do you do that by judging them? Do you do that by avoiding them? Do you do that by not listening to them? Or do you do that by being curious, being present with them, asking them questions, listening to them? Which one? I'm pretty sure I'm hoping it's the latter one. And that is also the case. That is also the scenario with your emotions and with your own self. If you spend time with your emotions, you'll start to understand them better. You'll start to get to know them better. You'll get better with them. Your EQ will increase, which is all the last course was about. And the three steps to this emotion is ACC. Before we get to ACC, the step you must do before ACC is to trigger yourself. And you trigger yourself through action, like we looked above. So if you wanna process shame, do something. So if you, as you go about your life, you'll notice that you get triggered and you have your ways to avoid the emotion that comes up. You can wait for these instances to come up naturally, or you can take charge and you can intentionally and deliberately trigger yourself. So if you want to process shame, do something that makes you that you feel shameful about. If you want to process fear, do something that you're afraid of doing. If you want to process anger, put yourself in the scenarios that would irritate you or make you angry. So triggering is super important before you sit for a session. And here are the three steps. The first one is A, which stands for awareness. You have to be aware of the specific sensations you wanna get comfortable of. If you wanna become comfortable with the sensations of fear, you have to be aware of them in your body. I cannot repeat this enough. In the body, this is super important. And this is the essence of a meditation practice, which is dharana. Dharana is nothing but you choose a specific thing to focus your attention on, and every time your mind wanders, you bring it back to it. So if you feel some tightness in your chest and you wanna get comfort, let's suppose that's your fear response, and you wanna focus on it. Your dharana practice is to focus on this area, and every time your mind wanders to something, bringing it back. Every time it wanders, bringing it back. Every time it wanders, bringing it back. That's what the essence of a meditation practice is. And the guided meditation will help you with that a lot. The second step is compassion. Compassion towards yourself for feeling the emotion and the sense of it's okay to feel this, because no one has ever told us. So it is time that we tell ourselves that it's okay to feel afraid. It is okay to feel ashamed. It is okay to feel unworthy and all of the unpleasant emotions. And compassion towards the feelings as well. So a sense of these feelings are natural. There's nothing wrong with them. There's nothing bad about it. There's nothing unnatural about it. I am feeling this because nature has meant me to feel this emotion. It's very natural and it's very human. Every human on the planet feels this. It's just 99% of them choose to numb themselves and not like suppress it, to not to have the illusion that they are not feeling it. But every human on the earth feels these emotions, so they are completely natural. You can use your compassionate image to receive these messages. We again looked at compassionate image in the last chapter. And the third step is curiosity. The way you can become curious is by asking questions. So questions like, what shape are the sensations? So is it like a circle here, or is it like a cuboid? Is it a square? Is it a pyramid? Is it a cylinder? Is it warm? Is it cool? How intense is it on a scale of 1 to 10? Is it smooth or rough? So through questions, you start becoming curious about the sensations. And what this does is it gets you deep into the sensation. Instead of trying to avoid it, when you're curious, you're moving towards it. ACC is super powerful. I've been doing this meditation for 4 years. I do it every fucking day for hours sometimes. And the ACC is still my checklist. When I feel like I'm going through a strong emotion and I feel clueless and I feel like, God damn, this is difficult, what I do is I check whether I'm following through with ACC. So, am I aware of the sensations in my body? Am I compassionate to myself and their feelings? And am I curious about them? And when I go through this checklist, it helps me go through the most unpleasant and difficult and heavy of emotions. Which brings us to the audio meditation. So I don't want you to overthink this. Just starting with the intention of getting comfortable with the stuff that you've been running away from is important than anything else. If you just start, you can research on this for days, for months, for weeks. But if you just start with this intention, that will be stronger than anything else. Just start with this intention. Use the guided meditation that you'll find in the description of this video, and you'll be way ahead than if you research this topic for months. And the most important thing to bear in mind is, I still have to remind this to myself, is to be playful. Be playful, be playful, be playful. I cannot repeat this more. I cannot emphasize on this enough. It was one of my biggest and the one of my most recent breakthroughs. I used to think of this journey as something very serious and something that I have to like get through with. But the more I started to become playful with it, the more I started to see it as a play. So every time my mind gets distracted, let's see how quickly I can bring it back. Let's see how longer I can stay with the sensation. The more playful I fucking make it, the more fast, the more progress I make in this journey. So cannot repeat this enough. Have a playful mindset. I like to see meditation as a game, as play, because it is really fun. It doesn't have to be something very serious that you do, something that you have to do for years for results to start coming. The results can be instant and it doesn't have to be serious. If you're playful, the results will just follow. If you're too worried about the results, it takes out the fun and you're not playful anymore. So just keep this in mind. The more playful you are, the better this journey or any fucking journey will be. The more playful you are in any of your pursuit, the better it will be. In fact, let me cite this let me share this research. So there was this research among hostage negotiators, which is one of, if you think about it, it's such a stressful job. A terrorist has taken hostage, a criminal has taken some hostages, and you have to negotiate the life of humans. So it's one of the most stressful jobs. And it was found that the hostage negotiators who were more playful were more effective at their job. That is how powerful playfulness is. So bear that in mind. It comes handy everywhere and anywhere, but most importantly here as well. Again, to remind you, our goal is to not get rid of any emotions. Our goal is to get comfortable with all of the entire spectrum of emotions, this entire spectrum you see. Our goal is to be comfortable feeling all of them in our body. And the meditation happens viscerally in your body through sensations. It's not something that you can think. So it's not something you can mentally justify. Okay, I'm okay with fear. That won't work. You have to feel the fear in your body and then be okay with that fear as you're feeling it. So the process is visceral and physical, not mental. That's the key thing to remember. I used to think it was mental and something I can do mentally. I can just believe that it's okay to feel fear, but it's another thing to feel fear in your body, be afraid, have that heart pounding, and be okay with all of that as it's happening. If things start to get more uncomfortable, remember that's just the right path because you're feeling and acknowledging the emotions that you haven't felt before. So things will get more uncomfortable, things will get more unpleasant for you if you go on this journey. But just bear in mind that's a sign that you're on the right path and you're doing things right. Because the things that were unpleasant and you had shunned, you're now facing them head on. So I had this friend of mine, his name was Deva, and for privacy purposes, his name was Deva. And I suggested this meditation to him. And after a month or two, he comes to me and he's fucking shouting at me, Fuzzy, what the hell did you suggest? I've never felt such strong emotions in my life. And I just smiled back at him and I was like, exactly. You're on the right path because you had never felt these emotions before. So if you feel like you would need some additional resources to research this, I understand because I would be someone who'd wanna research this more. This book is beautiful, Letting Go. It doesn't talk about the exact mechanism or the exact technique much, but there's some beautiful stuff in here. Go check it out. This guy, Julian Blanc, he's the one who introduced me to this technique. This video is good, but there are multiple videos on his channel where he talks about this very specific technique. And then finally, this post on Reddit, which I'll link in the description. It's a beautiful post. You can go read it. It's more useful than the book, I feel, because this post goes more in detail of the technique and the hows of it. Now, before we look at the quick summary of the entire emotional module, if you feel like you need help with all of this to apply it in your life specifically, and you feel like you would benefit from professional help, and you're serious about beating procrastination once and for all in the next 2 months, schedule a free consultation call with me below this video, and I'll see you there. So, congratulations on completing the final module in this entire course. In the first chapter, Procrastination Killer, we looked at the two core causes of procrastination, which is fear of judgment and failure. How accepting and acknowledging the feeling makes it easier for you to take action. That is the crux of Procrastination Killer. And the three steps to it are understand, release, and take action. In the second chapter, Break Any Habit, we looked at how resisting thoughts, emotions, and urges leads to the white bear effect. How a much better approach to urges is to surf them instead of pushing them. And we looked at the steps to mindfulness timer. In the chapter Stick to Your Goals, we looked at how hustling and just do it leads to burnout. And the best way to be and the most underrated way to be consistent is to treat yourself compassionately and with kindness. In the last chapter called Let Go of Procrastination, we looked at the core of procrastination, that is emotion. We looked at the root of emotion, that is sensations in our body, and how ACC, awareness, compassion, and curiosity, are the three steps to get comfortable with any emotion. Honorable mention in this chapter is How We Feel app. This is the app I would suggest to anyone who wants to start getting better with emotions, who is at zero. So go check it out. It's for free on Play Store and App Store. It's got a very user friendly interface. It's beautiful to start labeling your emotions, and that in turn will help you to start processing them. Congratulations again on completing this entire course. And if you actually have reached till here, do let me know what your best takeaway from this entire course was in the comments below, and that will help me know who all have reached till here as well. Thank you so much for watching. See you in the next video.